we live?
It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true like geometry is true.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life.
True.
And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I find the proofs in reality. They were right.
We call this
proof. We know that they were right.
True. We call this proof. Like geometry is true.
Starting circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this proof.
Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly. And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I find the proofs in reality.
Like geometry is true. Perfect. Absolutely.
And all around you is sinking sand. You have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you.
Absolutely true.
Open your mind. And I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty.
True.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Come go with me. We'll find the truth.
Absolutely true.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It's Thursday, Euclid Night. A discussion came up earlier today about the square root of 2. It's a pretty big discussion within mathematics and I guess in geometry based. But it came up later on in the day, and we'll be going over that in a bit if we get bored with the thing that we're going to be looking at anyway, because I was thinking, I mean, this is Euclid, based on geometry, and it relates to reality. Obviously, has to relate to reality in order for it to be geometry. Earth measurement, geo, earth, metra, measurements, earth measurements. That's literally what geometry means, but it's the form of circles and things in well, like, I mean, it may relate to paper and textbooks, but it definitely relates to reality, because that's where you do any of geometry. The idea of geometry is conceptual. That conceptual is allowed to be done through the postulates. I would say the postulates are: let it be granted that you can draw a straight line, you know, and a circle, and you can extend a straight line for an infinite amount of distance. I mean, they're just allowing you to do that, seeing as the actual definition of a line is one-dimensional, cannot be achieved. So the conceptual idea of geometry gives you, there has to be a form to it in reality. Like Plato said, that the perfect form is geometry. It cannot be achieved perfectly as geometry does. And there are relations to geometry and reality. One of the most basic relations between geometry and reality is the perpendicular, which we will get to hopefully a bit later on. If not later on, we will definitely have to go over the idea of square and square root and mathematical geometric concepts behind the two, because I know it'll trigger the shit out of a load of people. It's going to be great. But for tonight, I had already decided on watching a video that we have been over before. Well, I made it quite a long time ago, but within the idea of us we're trying to relate this geometry thing to reality, quite a long time ago, me and Spot On, we decided the only thing you could do for any of this, in order for you to prove something to yourself, is based around water. There is a certain constants within geometry, that being that a radius is a straight line, and the understanding of a straight line is the shortest distance between those 2 points, because it's equidistant all the way around from a center point. Now, that straight line is a fundamental in geometry, but it also has to be a fundamental in reality. There would be no need for you to make geometry on a falsehood. In fact, geometry, Euclidean geometry particularly, is an axiomatic system that's built up from a point nothing into basically everything that we know about geometry within reality. It's the only geometry that makes it into solid geometry, 3D, and as such can be measured and achieved. That's how they built magnificent structures, by using the fundamentals of geometry and bringing that as closely as you can into reality. It's the skills of the people that do this. I mean, architectural drawings and all of that, it's based on the same thing. But the basis of that, all of the plans, elevation plans, require a horizontal for you to start building from. And because your plans and the way geometry works, all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel. Even in the drawings, even in the maps, even that's how it works. There's no getting around it. You can't. So, I mean, let me get this. You guys should like this as well. This goes back to the old school. Change windows. Right, this is us talking about a water level. With foolish decisions. Still need to move it over on here. And main screen. There you go. Right. Make it big. Transition it over. So again, old video already on the channel. There's only 150 views on it. This is a chat we had with Foolish Decisions about a water level quite a long time ago, old school. It's good to go back to some of these ones. So let's have a listen. This is Foolish Decisions and the water level.
Hang on, how do you get it? How can you call it vertical on the side of a boat?
Three coplanar points, and bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
On the level.
The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the Earth. It really is.
Level.
It really is.
Level.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
But as someone that doesn't use water levels, is that not a good method?
So we would
say,
call
hey,
that.
I've got-
Would we
I've got
call
something
that
with
an even elevation?
Mm-hmm.
Even altitude, even.
Yep. So I'd expect on an even elevation, my two measuring points on my water level are going to read exactly the same when I've got them next to each other.
Okay.
I'm going to stop there because I'm now getting frustrated that you're not addressing the actual fucking question, and you seem to be going to be out of your way to be pedantic when I'm trying to make a very simple point. There you go.
never heard that
I'll put you a
word
link
before.
for a chorobat. And look at that. It's got the nice little plumby bits on, and that's what you establish your angle for your slope. Isn't that cool? Yeah, I'm assuming that if I've got something like a chorobat, which is something I do know about, it's the only water level that I'm familiar with. It's the only water level I've ever touched.
No,
You're not prepared to listen, Bev? I'll go away. You can go and talk to someone else.
I think
Because you've
okay.
been shown the definition of level and level surface from the actual textbook.
I think you've
You've
been a
been
good help.
shown information on geodetic surveying and triangular and spherical excess. And look at that. It's got the nice little plumby bits on, and that's what you establish your angle for your slope. Isn't that cool? You've been shown all of this information repetitively, and you still deny that it exists. So
I've learned
I'm going
lots,
to stop
thank
there
you.
because I'm now very frustrated at your pedantry.
Okay. Thank you very much. You've been a great help. I didn't realise people didn't understand what a water level was. So easily, right? Sorry. I'll obviously have to do a video making it even more understandable.
Bev, I've never watched
That's-
one of your videos in my
that's
life, and I
fantastic.
never will. So don't worry about it. If I
You
want to
should
go
have
and
done
actually
really
about something,
foolish.
I'll go to an actual
Should have
textbook.
read something. Yeah, textbook
problem-
about water level.
What I noticed here, the problem is if they think you're talking about flat Earth, they won't understand anything you say. You have to
Fritz,
say, "I'm
do you
not talking
understand-
about the Earth
Fritz,
right now."
Fritz, I physically have to move that water level, then recalibrate it.
Did you say recalibrate a water level?
Yeah, well, you're going to have to make sure it's back on level, aren't you?
Recalibrate.
Bev is here. Now you're going to get it. Now, so the experts here.
And look at that. It's got the nice little plummy bits on, and that's what you establish your angle for your slope. Isn't that cool?
Bev is here. Now you're going to get it. Now, so the experts here.
Could we
you can
discuss?
Yeah, I was doing a few clips of it, but I will get into the actual subject. You get what's coming, right? Somebody who doesn't know what a water level is, trying to explain what a water level is.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Get some clarity on what actually is being said.
You can go back
What-
to textbooks from the 1950s, the 1960s,
Here we go.
and they say the same thing.
This is
So
really
I'll read
a
from the
big deal.
definitions. Level surface. A level surface is the equipotential surface of the Earth's gravity field. It is a curved surface and dendry element of which is normal to the plumb line. Level line. Any line laying on
Normal
a
to
level
the
surface
plumb
is
line?
called a level line.
Yeah, see, he did say it's a curved surface which is normal to the plumb line. That just means perpendicular. Perpendicular to plumb. And they just keep talking about it. Say it again, he brushes past it.
This is
So
really
I'll read
a
from the
big
definitions.
deal.
Level surface. A level surface is the equipotential surface of the Earth's gravity field. It is a curved surface and dendry element of which is normal to the plumb line. Level line. Any line laying on a
Normal
level
to the plumb
surface is
line?
called a level line. This line is level to the plumb line direction of gravity at all points.
Gravity.
Horizontal plane. Any plane tangential to the level surface at any
Plane.
point is known as the horizontal plane.
Yeah.
It is perpendicular to the plumb line, which indicates the direction of gravity.
Gravity.
And this
Yeah,
is what
yeah.
they teach, Bev.
Yes.
Yeah, this is what they
gravity.
teach.
This is probably why
Gravity,
you're
Well,
wrong
curved
level.
surfaces,
what you've just
all
said-
and flat Earth.
What you've... Is it, keep talking. He just said normal, perpendicular, plumb. It's like he didn't mention curve once. Well, he might have mentioned
Just gravity.
curve, but I would say any geometric term overrides any of that other wordage that he's using. I would say, because all of the geometric stuff is easily understandable. To then add other things around it that make no sense, just doesn't logically fit. Therefore, doesn't apply to the geometry, and you can't mix geometry in something that's non-logical. I don't think, anyway. Do you want to hear it again, like all of the words that he used?
Gravity at all
Yeah,
points.
gravity.
Horizontal is the equipotential surface of the Earth's gravity field. It is a curved surface and dendry element of which is normal to the plumb line. Level line. Any line laying on a
Normal
level
to the plumb
surface is
line?
called a level line. This line is level to the plumb line direction of gravity at all points.
Gravity.
Horizontal plane. Any plane tangential to the level surface at any
Plane.
point is known as the horizontal plane.
Yeah.
It is perpendicular to the plumb line, which indicates the direction of gravity.
Gravity.
And this
Yeah,
is what
yeah.
they teach, Bev.
Yes.
Yeah, this is what they
gravity.
teach.
This is probably why
Gravity,
you're
well,
wrong
curved
level.
surfaces,
what you've just
all of it,
said-
debunk flat Earth.
What you've just
It's
said...
It's taught.
What you've just said is one of them is normal to the plumb line and the other one is perpendicular to the plumb line.
Yeah, including.
Right?
Yep.
Well, guess
inclusive of
what?
Gravity.
Guess what? Normal and plumb are the same fucking thing.
No, it's
Normal
a
and
single plumb
perpendicular,
point.
I meant.
Right.
So the difference is there, Bev, and this is where I
Normal
think you're not
means
being, you're not being
orthogonal,
decent. I would
means
like to finish my point,
perpendicular,
please.
means
Bev, I'd
right
like to finish my
angles,
point.
means
Bev,
straight
I would like to
lines.
finish my point. Bev, thank you. So what I was trying to say there is that's to a single plumb line. When you're looking at the curved surface of the Earth, we're talking about multiple plumb lines. So when I'm taking a horizontal, it's perpendicular to a single plumb, is it not?
When you're taking a horizontal, you said.
Is it not?
How often do you take horizontals?
Is it not?
Or do you just do that through a book?
What? Is it not
not taken from a single plumb line? A horizontal is established from a single plumb, not multiple.
No, a horizontal is established with a tool called a level. It doesn't,
and
a plumb line doesn't get involved in it. No.
Oh, so you're saying that your level is not plumb?
I'm saying a water level has got fuck all to do with a plumb line.
Are you saying that your level is not plumb?
Right, what sort of a question's that? Are you saying your level's not plumb?
Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous.
Like, what?
Well, I suppose for a spirit level you could use it to plumb something, but...
Yeah, but we're particularly talking about a water level, right?
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's like he hasn't got an understanding.
The water level, maybe. He's on about maybe he's on about plumbing it in. But no, yeah, it's weird that he mentions that, isn't it?
I think that he mentioned tangential plane.
Yeah.
That the plumb line is touching tangential plane and it's perpendicular to this plane. He didn't say that this is perpendicular to surface of the water. He said that is perpendicular to tangential plane.
Yeah.
So he was not talking about surface of the earth.
He's just talking about a tangent. He's talking about geometry. So if you're talking about a tangent and planes and perpendicular and normal, you're talking about straight lines. The tangent part is just an imaginary circle he's placing somewhere, but you know, it has to be a circle that he's talking about as well, not some oblate thing. Although I'm pretty sure that they'll have a different meaning for tangent, and they'll come up with that to obfuscate from the fact that it's just horizontal. Carry on. Yes, definitely. The water level doesn't need to be plumb at all.
I'm talking about an auto level or a theodolite.
I was talking about a water level. I was talking about water level because that's the most physical we can get. You're on the closest in touch with reality, right? Nobody can mess about with that. Press buttons and switch curvature on and off. You can't do that with a water level. It doesn't ever need calibrating. It calibrates itself.
Cool. So you reject surveying equipment. I agree.
See,
okay, that's cool.
Calibration. I think you've just got that wrong there, haven't you? Like, can we not? Well, surely everybody understands what a water level is.
How would you do a differential elevation using a water level?
You just mark the levels, right? It'd be easier with a water level. I think, anyway. I think a water level would be more accurate over larger distances.
Cheaper and quicker. No, I'm just talking about your standard 50 meters.
Oh, well, yeah. In that case, then a 100-meter water level would be better because you get 100 meters.
And you think that would be cheaper and easier?
In fact, you could check one with the other, couldn't you? You could almost calibrate. You could almost calibrate an auto level with a water level. Not almost. You would definitely be able to calibrate your auto level with a water level. Most definitely.
You're avoiding every single question. Do you think it would be cheaper and easier to do that than to do that over 50 meters than to use a theodolite? If I've got to do, say, 50 or 60 readings in a day.
Yeah. It'd be cheaper to a water level. But cheaper. About 18 quid. Cheaper what?
I'm talking about man time.
But I'm saying it's just
You don't really understand the cost of an operation, do you? I think this is probably an area you're not very good at, by the sound of it.
If you would come to
do you do
watch
much
the
cost
proof,
planning and project
you'd see
management?
this whole conversation.
Sounds like a nice guy.
Do you
doesn't
do
it?
cost planning and project management?
For what?
For anything.
Why is that relevant?
Because I'm talking about the operational efficiency, and you don't understand.
Operational efficiency of what?
Yeah,
all we're talking about is 100-meter water level at the minute, right? And he's doing an operational efficiency of a team of surveyors with multi-million-pound equipment versus a fucking tube of water. Yeah.
Who's the confused one here?
Yeah.
I'm now trying to establish what your knowledge of this area
or some sort of test. Or you're reading books.
No,
have you read a book about cost-effective analysis of
Bev, and I'm feeling that you're not expressing your understanding.
Buying water pipes and filling them up with water?
The Earth is very flat.
Foolish. I know you're flapping.
I wouldn't hire Bev to do any surveying if I needed a job done, honestly.
I wouldn't either. I'm a carer. So, I mean, I'd be absolutely rubbish. I wouldn't be able to do it.
No. The reason I'm asking this question is for a very good reason. And that's that, to move something that is a physical thing that is over 50 meters long requires lots of people to do that. It's not easy, it's not going to be cheap, and it's not going to be very efficient.
A water level?
This is why
I can get 400 meters on a little hose pipe reel.
This is why
50 meters is nothing.
I haven't finished my point, but thanks for over-talking me, Bev. Are you going to continue to do this?
I don't know. What are you doing?
Why do you keep over-talking me? I'm
sure we started off about elevation
and
how we measured elevation. Now we've ended up cost analysis of you buying pipe to do nothing.
I think the best thing to do, Bev, would just be to let Dross get his points out, and let's be hospitable and
I really
generous.
appreciate that. I'm trying to be nice. I really am trying to be nice with you, Bev. I really am.
It's not working.
So, Mel, the reason I'm
he's trying. He's trying to be nice.
making this point is when you look at doing a repetitive activity, you look at the efficiency of it. This is something I do on a fucking day-to-day basis. And one of the problems you have, and the reason, I can see why I'd use a theodolite over a tool like a water level. And the reason that I would use that is I can move a theodolite quickly, I can have my sight sticks move quickly, I can take many more measurements in a day using a theodolite than I can using a water level.
Right. Well, at this point, I'd like to point out that one of the concerns for me and Spot On when we were doing it was that it had to be fucking cheap enough for anyone to be able to do it. And we wanted to make it as easy, conceptually as well. Just a basic water level. It's a tube of, like a pipe. You just fill with water. It's the simplest thing you can imagine. That's why we chose a water level. You can't mess about with it. Doesn't need any training. Just needs a basic understanding. Go on.
We've heard people say about the problems with it. So many problems with the water level, and there aren't any. There's nothing wrong with the water level.
No.
We got like 3 and 5 millimeter diameter internal. So it's really small, but you feed it from a height. You don't put it on a tap or anything like that. Just let it do its thing, and it just siphons through. No air bubbles, not one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easy, isn't it? And that was like he's saying here. He's doing the cost-effective analysis. Well, we're doing a test to prove a straight line, a Euclidean test in reality, realizing Euclid. Solid geometry, book 11, doing it in reality, trying to make it as simple and cheap as we can, right? We just want to do a test for ourselves to prove something to ourselves. That's it. Yeah. That's the idea of this water level. We're not going to be doing it professionally.
Yeah.
but we will be doing the test again.
Just a couple of blokes down the canal with a couple of 400-metre water levels, that's all.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of an obfuscation here from Foolish.
Because I'd physically have to move that water level, then recalibrate it every fucking time I move it, and that would take more time.
Did you hear that?
It's a bit low, actually, for me. I don't know. Is it for everyone? It got low. It was all right, okay to start with.
I can move a theodolite quickly.
It's my end or your
I can
end.
have my sight sticks move quickly. I can take many more measurements in a day using a theodolite than I can using a water level, because I physically have to move that water level, then recalibrate it every fucking time I move.
He has to move it and recalibrate it every time he has to move it. It can only be a misunderstanding of what recalibrate means, right? It must be a misunderstanding. Surely.
Move it, and that would take more time. So therefore, it is less efficient. Therefore, this is why we use the instruments we do.
Did you say recalibrate a water level?
Yeah, well, you're going to have to make sure it's back on level, aren't you?
Recalibrate? How would you... I'm filling the water distiller up. How would you recalibrate a water level?
How would you recalibrate? Well, I'm assuming... Yeah, I'm assuming that if I've got something like a chorobat, which is something I do know about...
A chorobat, right? Do you? Do you know what a chorobat is? Does anybody know what a chorobat is? Foolish Decisions does. He might tell us about it now.
It's the only water level that I'm familiar with. It's the only water level I've ever touched.
It's the only water level he's familiar with, and it's the only water level he's ever touched. You'll like this. Especially you, Spot on.
With chorobat, I need to establish what my plumb is, so I can then establish what gradient I want to employ using that chorobat. It's the only water level that I'm familiar with. It's the only water level I've ever touched. So I need to calibrate it to level before I then set my increase in the angular elevation of the slope that I'm determining for an aqueduct. That's something I know about because I've studied that.
What about the calibration? What was that?
This today.
When you talk about leveling a water level, that's pretty breathtaking.
There's a few things that
I
think we need to talk about. So, Jeff, this
what's that?
term that we modified and tied to the installation date of each
Who's
device
that?
is fine.
Kevin?
Hello. I thought it was you.
Devices. So
mute him up.
Yeah,
someone.
I've muted him up. I thought that was a video playing somewhere or something.
Yeah, I thought it was you. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Is Kevin trying to say something? Like, anyway, well, at least you found it.
I don't even know where it was.
Yeah, I did.
There we go.
Yeah, I missed that. What was, sorry, Bev, what was I couldn't work out what he said when he said that he'd used an instrument at water level at all. I didn't catch what that was. What was
chorobat.
Yeah, what's that?
I think he's going to explain it in a bit. I think.
Oh, okay.
It's the only one he's ever touched.
Do you know what a chorobat?
Yeah, I think he's about to tell. I'll go back a bit so we can just get an idea of what he's
the angular
about.
elevation of the slope that I'm determining for an aqueduct. That's something I know about because I've studied that.
What about the calibration? What was that?
When you talk about leveling a water level, that's pretty breathtaking.
Yeah, but the reason do you know what a chorobat is, Crit?
Yeah, well, that's a position in surveying.
Dude, let's talk about the calibration.
A A chorobat was a water level used by the Romans, and it was their main instrument that they used to build aqueducts.
Oh, I know.
When you build an aqueduct, you want to make sure you've got a slope that's not too steep because it causes lots of wear and tear, and not too shallow because then the water won't flow and it will stagnate.
Yeah.
So they
Can you see that there? See that? It's on the video.
Oh yeah, I'm looking now.
For measuring slopes. Right, so this...
Measuring slope?
This is the only water level he knows, and it's the only water level he's ever touched.
What?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
what?
That's
what
good,
is
isn't
that?
it?
That's not a real thing, is it?
Yeah.
Am I missing something here? Because I haven't got my glasses on, and I'm seeing a green triangle with a football goal on it. Maybe.
Yeah, if the notches corresponding to the plumb lines matched on both sides, it showed that the beam was level. So it's plumb bobs in the middle. This doesn't really say anything about water levels. And it does say here, the surveyor could pour water into the groove and measure the plane by checking the water level. So when it is level, but not when it's here, because it's a slope.
Oh, I'm going to have to have a look at that in more detail.
Mm-hmm. But that's the only one he's ever known and the only one he's ever touched. Not like a traditional water level with a tube. I know.
Yeah, no, you'd want to go for something like that over a water level.
Yeah. That's the only water level I know. The one that hasn't really got water in, especially in the picture that's shown there. Mile or something like that, I think they did.
And what they used the chorobat for was to determine the angle of slope.
Wow. What, of a 1 inch in a mile?
Good evening.
Really, really accurate. I'll go and look it up.
Good evening.
Really,
Do you think that was done by an angle measurement? How do they calibrate it?
You can go and look it up, Bev. I can send you a link.
No, that's what you were meant to be explaining, how you calibrate a water level.
I just told you. You need to establish your plumb for the chorobat. Yeah, once you've done that, you can then set your angle of slope.
Do you not know what a water level is?
Angle of
Do
slope.
you not know what a chorobat is?
I'm asking him, does he not know what a water level is? And he asks me if I don't know about what a chorobat is. It doesn't look like a water level to me. I don't know. I'm confused, but
please
Phil's
tell
decision.
You know what.
For accuracy, you just go.
Please tell me.
Sorry, Bev.
Go on.
But surely, the aqueduct.
Yeah.
Is for water, yeah.
Yeah.
For travelling over, roads and things, valleys. So the water would dictate whether or not there's a horizontal and a drop from one point to another.
Has to fall. Right, there has to be a slope, from horizontal. Otherwise, water won't flow.
People know that, obviously.
Yeah.
But I just thought I'd say it because we've had a few people on it that think, well, I don't know, what do they think? I mean, hard to know what they think, actually, isn't it? But that's it, simply. That the water of the aqueduct. I mean, if it was level, and it was... Actually, no, let's not go down there.
It says chorobates was used to measure horizontal planes, and was especially important in the construction of aqueducts, obviously, because you need a slope from a horizontal plane in order to get water to flow.
Yeah. Obviously, you need to build it before you put the water in.
Yeah. Yeah, so you have to know for the slope or whatever, and that's what that's for. But that isn't the water level to me.
Slope.
Do you not know what a water level is?
Do you not know what
What's it?
Chorobatters.
What's today live is about?
Tune into the live stream. We're going over a video. If you're in
okay.
Discord. Yeah, it may sound a bit strange if you're not in listening to the video.
Please tell me you know what a water level is.
Please tell me you know what a chorobatter is, because that's what I'm talking about.
I don't know. I'll have a look that up.
I think he does Foolish because one of his mates used to have that as his username. So before you go too far down that road, I think he knows exactly what.
Foolish, you tell us you know what a water level is.
There you
I
go.
never heard
I'll
that
put you a
word
link
before.
for a chorobat. And look at that. It's got the nice little plummy bits on, and that's what you establish your angle for your slope. Isn't that cool?
Do you know what a water level is?
See that chorobat there, which is a type
brilliant.
of water level.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Which is showing the angle of the slope using those plumb lines. It's the only water level I'm familiar with. It's the only water level I've ever touched. Yeah, isn't that now an interesting thing that disagrees with what you were saying earlier?
It's not really. Where's the water?
The water's in the table bit.
Okay. Not spilling out.
Nope. That's obviously.
Where did he
just
say
an
it was,
impression. Don't take that as too much reality.
Sorry? Get me to rewind it a bit.
Yeah, does that?
There we go.
About there, which is a type
brilliant.
of water level.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Which is showing the angle of the slope using those plumb lines. It's the only water level that I'm familiar with. It's the only water level I've ever touched. Yeah, isn't that now an interesting thing that disagrees with what you were saying earlier?
It's not really. Where's the water?
The water's in the table bit.
Okay. Not spilling out.
Nope. That's obviously just an artist's impression. Don't take that as too much reality.
Is that
It's
water on a
really
slope?
drawing.
Is that water on a slope?
Yeah, he is. He's saying there's water on it. There's water in the top of the table. And then showing a picture of it on a slope. See, I'm... At this point, you know, like it may have been a bit ago that we did this, but we'd definitely been talking about water levels for long enough, I think, for people to have an idea of what a water level is. And I'm pretty sure I've shown what a water level is multiple times. And I'm pretty sure that there are still people that don't get what a water level is. They don't know what a water level is. Like I say to him in this, I think it may need to be shown at some point, but it's better doing that practically when we go testing, I think, to show what.
I know which technique I'll be using whenever I, you know, which one are you going to choose? I mean,
well, they must be able to check it on their side with these tools, if that's why he's bringing this up. If it was good enough for the Romans to build aqueducts, because they all worked, right? There's none. Here's the failed aqueduct of such and such.
yeah, the one that ran.
The
backwards.
one of Sly Sparkay made. He's tried to go uphill. Water, get up there!
Yeah, this thing's not working.
There's a water level.
I'm taking this one back.
There we go.
Water on a slope. I'm just look, there's a water level device, and do you want to actually see one? They're fantastic. Bet you'll love it. Here you go. Just a fucking tube. Foolish.
And the chorobat itself is basically 2 vertical lines at one end and a horizontal line in the middle, connected, like a handle on a suitcase.
So foolish. When I was talking about a water level, what you do is you put some water in a tube, and the water equalises out. Equipotential, yeah? Even altitude. It's 2 points. One at each end. They're both neither higher nor lower than the other. Just 2 points. Sounds a bit like geometry. What was it? Like a straight line.
Why
distance
don't they use
between
water
2
levels
points.
in professional surveying?
What do you mean, professional surveying?
When you're doing
Professional surveying, like surveyors that get paid. Professional
surveying to establish elevation. I've never seen someone use a water level to do that. Most of the time when I've seen someone like, some of the big construction firms, WSP,
it's not really that practical,
Parsons,
is it?
Brinkerhoff, Amy, those kind of guys, they all seem to be using theodolites for that.
Yeah, although it's lower tech, than the laser level and
So why do they use theodolites and not water levels?
Because they're a replacement, aren't they? So you don't need to carry 100 meters of water around with you in the tube.
Because it's easier, isn't it? More efficient.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is the point that I was making 15 minutes ago, which you tried to deny.
Fantastic, but how do you calibrate a water level?
Forget about the accuracy,
Well,
forget about the accuracy.
Forget about the idea that it's...
That's what we need.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if you're going to do it professionally, it's like nobody does this test professionally. The idea is that we can get these kits and we can buy them as... I mean, I'm saying I'm probably at the lower end of the bracket of people who have money. And if I can afford to do it, then just about anyone can afford to do this. There's no quibbles about it, right? This is a night out to some people. It's a meal.
How about if you set up? Sorry, Bev. I just had this idea of just, getting a. If you have an optical instrument like an auto level, and just putting your water level up and just, planning across and seeing the distance between the top of the water level, or, whatever distance, say not very far, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, and check the accuracy of your instrument. Yeah, the water level. What would you choose? I mean, if you set your auto level up in the middle and you went 50 meters each way and you saw a difference to the water at 100 meters, what would you think? I mean, what would you do? You used to calibrate your level, obviously. The water's...
You wouldn't recalibrate the water level, would you? Yeah, I've just had this recalibrated. This is brand new. There must be the water level that's out.
Yeah, I'm taking this back. I'm telling you.
Fetch me the other water.
Yeah. That's it in plain terms, really. Simple as that. Can't get any simpler. It's
Yeah, it's confusing why this conversation is going on. Yeah. Well, it is. I mean, that's the first thing we did, wasn't it? That was the first test we did. 100 meters. Let's check it.
Yeah. And we were surprised to see how clear it was, especially when you managed to get your camera attached to the eyepiece there.
Yeah.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? Because I think the first camera wasn't as good, was it? And then you got the right connector, and it was brilliant. We see it perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah, so we could test this even further, but we're getting to the idea in this that I don't think Druss actually knows what a water level is, or it's a paralogism that he's not allowed to see.
Well, I think if he did know what water level was, then he would have mentioned about it. You know, he would have said something about it, I'm
But
sure.
once you realise it's 2 points and they establish a horizontal, then there is a way of establishing a horizontal, and it's a slippery slope with the model.
Yeah, you just can't. They can't have it, can
Yeah,
they?
I think it's a paralogism. They're blind to a water level. That's why it's been hidden. That's why surveyors don't use it. That's why people have stopped talking about it. But you let a builder, an old school builder, see a water level on site, they'll be fucking loving it.
Yeah.
It'd be like,
oh yeah.
You don't see many of them. It's like, oh no, you don't. Yeah. But watch what it can do. No, I know what it can do.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I think that's there aren't many left of those people.
Well,
I don't think.
Say old boys.
You'd have to be very old.
But the new guys would still get it, wouldn't they? You mean you would definitely?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
What can't you get about it? I mean, you'd struggle to not get it if you looked at it. Maybe that's where the problem lies.
Practically, though, once you practically use it and you come to understand
when you lift
how
one
it
end
works.
up higher than the other, and I get it. Yeah, and then you maybe fasten them to a post and let it settle and go around the other side of the house with it, so you can't see the other end and mark it. Get your auto level up and check to see if actually those 2 points are, level with each other. Lots of things you can do.
Yeah, well, this is the definition shift paralogism, isn't it? This level is horizontal, but they want it to be level is something else, and they want it to be both, because you still have to have the level, the tool that establishes a horizontal, and there's only 2 points, so it's got to be a straight line. So they have to definition shift this word level throughout a paralogism with this tool. Carry on.
They need divergent.
You were on about calibrating them. How?
Sorry?
I said they need divergent level.
Well, they need both, because they need people to still be able to use it as horizontal. They just need to be able to argue a not horizontal, I think.
How do you do that?
You've got to verify that you've got the right amount of liquid back in your water level. You've got to make sure that it's now working correctly before you utilize it. Surely you do that check. Make sure there are no air bubbles in it. I don't know. It's the only water level that I'm familiar with. It's the only water level I've ever touched. I'm going to say that there are things that probably can do that.
It's not a calibration, though, is it?
Well, it's still a calibration. It's making sure the tool's working correctly. That's part of it.
Calibrates itself. It's like...
Yeah.
No. But let him answer how he would calibrate the water level.
I've just said you make sure it's working correctly. You make sure you got the right amount of liquid in. You make sure you got no air bubbles in the pipe. That's calibration. That's making sure your instrument is accurate before usage.
You get the right amount of liquid in it.
Yeah.
That's genius.
You got to get the right amount of liquid in it to find your level.
Yeah, you put the wrong amount. Couple of mil too much in there, mate. Bit heavy on one side.
It's the only water level that I'm familiar with. It's the only water level I've ever touched.
Accurate. That's the calibrations after the accuracy, isn't it? How do you make sure that your water level is what do you call it? Level.
By making sure there are no air bubbles in the pipe for starters.
Oh, so you just let the water do what it does naturally.
No, so calibration just is when you have like a zero or a marker and you're setting the measurements in gradient in a grade. So how are you doing that setting so it goes back to zero?
I would start off with a position where I've got the 2 points next to each other. I'll make sure that the liquid is equal on both sides when they're right next to each other. It's the only water level that I'm familiar with. It's the only water level I've ever touched. That's a form of calibration. That takes me to my 0 point. Now I'm going to start to take those pipes away from each other to the points of observation, and now I can take my measurement. So that's a form of calibration.
Okay.
So you also, hold on.
So I'm establishing my 0 base to 2 objects next to each other, and then I'm showing the fact that that is then 0.
So you're saying level is 0?
No, I'm saying that's how I would make sure that I've got a 0 on my water level. It's the only water level that I'm familiar with. It's the only water level I've ever touched.
But that would be your measurement.
I've never used the water level in my life, but that seems like a reasonable level, a reasonable method to me. Bev, would you disagree with that?
Hold on. So sci-fi, you hear what he's just said? That he's going to calibrate it to make sure it's 0. That's the measurement.
Yeah, that's specifically what the measurement of level, right, Druss?
Yeah. That's how when Druss knows it's level, it's 0 cipher. When he's calibrated it.
Yeah, and when it's there, right, that water surface would be horizontal,
Bev,
right?
Bev,
Perpendicular to the plumb.
Bev, I'd like to ask Bev a question, because that was my guess at how I'd probably do it. Bev, what do you think of that guess?
What, with
as a method?
Water in a tube. I just wait until it evens out.
Yeah, there's 2 measurement points I bring right next to each other so I can compare them next to each other.
I wouldn't need to do that. I'd be absolutely certain that the water would do that no matter what. No matter where, how far away one end of the tube was than the other.
But as someone that doesn't use water levels, is that not a good method?
So we would call that, would we call that an even elevation? An even altitude, even.
Yep, so I'd expect on an even elevation, my two measuring points on my water level are going to read exactly the same when I've got them next to each other.
Okay. Now, would you, because you've got 2 points there, that's very Euclidean geometry like. Would you say it's the shortest distance between those 2 points?
No, because it's going through the tube. The tube doesn't have to be dead.
No. I mean the actual level surface would be the shortest distance. Like a hydrostatic equilibrium surface.
I take that at a slight angle, and it would make any difference to the length if I'm at
an angle. No, because they'd have to be at an even altitude, right? You can't have one higher or lower than the other, because the water would, it'd even itself out again, wouldn't it? The water
would show the difference in the elevation.
Yeah. No, if you moved one end up or down, the water would find its own equilibrium again. There would never
but that
be
would
a
show
difference.
The difference in the level between point A and point B, wouldn't it?
If you measured from that point to the ground, to the surface, yeah. Because that level
point A
would...
is my reference point, point B is my differential, and now I'm going to show whether that's at the same elevation point or a higher elevation point or a lower elevation point.
The water would give you something to measure from. Right.
Yeah. So I can say if I've got my point A of my water level at position 1, and I've got my point B at position 2, so I can then say whether point B is higher or lower or level to point A.
Not of the water level, like, because you're just referencing the level there, aren't you? Point A and point B.
No, I'm working out whether my point B is at a lower elevation.
Okay. So what you do is you set
a higher elevation to point A.
But you set up the level then, and then you measure from A to the surface, and you measure from point B to the surface.
Can I do that?
Can you
just by reading the
measure?
Water level? But just by reading the water level, can I not determine whether point A is higher or lower than point B, or equal?
No, the water level will give you something you can measure from. Right, that is becomes your datum, doesn't it?
Can I not make the deduction if the data point that if my water level is higher, equal to, or lower than where that water level starts, regardless of whether I'm measuring to the earth or not, I can just tell whether the top of that tube is higher, equal to, or lower than the tube.
No, the water in the level will equalize itself.
Yeah.
So when you look at it, you will be absolutely certain that they are both at the same level, at an
And
even
if one of them
altitude.
is not,
one is
if
neither
one-
higher
if
nor
one side
lower
is-
than the other.
Okay, so if one side is higher, then
One
so
side
point B is
won't
now
be higher.
Point B
They will
is
both
now
be
higher.
level.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Yes, but in the tube, I can get a reading because of where it is in the tube.
I'm not so sure you understand this, Foolish. Do you get this? What he's doing right now? I was struggling. Like, we're just talking about the water in the tube, but he seems to be bothered about the heights of the tube. Seems to think that relates somehow to the water level. And
yeah, exactly. It's yeah, the same as you, man.
He's struggling to work out what he's saying, and I'm trying to keep him on track.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
You've
Maybe
got
if
one
I
side
could
higher,
finish the
Drew.
point.
You've got trapped air, or you've got a pressure on there, haven't you? That's why. That would be the cause for why one is higher. That means
No. What I'm saying is that if you've got like a scale on the side of the tube, Chemo, yeah, and you've got that level. So when I'm bringing them together, I'm making sure that they're, the tops of the tube are dead level, everything, and then I'll get the same water reading across both tubes. Now, if I raise it up a little bit, yeah, that water is going to be at the same level as the other bit of water, but the scale in my tube, it's going to read at a different level. It's going to have a different reading on that tube. Yeah, because of where that water is in the physical tube itself.
Like, imagine this, right? Imagine you've got 100 foot of, or 100 meters, anything, of tube, but like, you only put 50 meters of water in it. Well, you can move the tube around as much as you want. The water's going to move and do what the water does. The water will always establish its own level.
Yeah, which means I can create a differential from that level, showing a difference in elevation based on where the water is in the actual tube itself. I don't know why this is so difficult. This seems to be really commonsensical, and I'm really concerned that I'm wrong. But you don't seem to be addressing the point. So if I've got water in this tube, and I'm looking at the water where it reaches the height in the tube itself, how many centimeters from the end of the tube it is at either end. Yeah. If it's at 5 centimeters for my first tube.
The tube's just a container for the water. The water is the measure.
But I can use that tube then as a way of measuring things, measuring the differential.
The difference from the water level, though, but the water level establishes the datum.
How much tube do I have to the other end before I hit the actual water itself?
The water is what does the work.
Can you address that specific point? Where would the water be in the tube?
Do you want me to put my camera on?
If I've got something,
I can show you what a water level is.
If I've got a water level,
I can show you how you can move the ends of the water.
Oh, Christ's sake, Bev. Bev, if I've got a water level, it's 10 feet long. Yeah, I take one. Now I notice on my point A that the water is 2 centimeters below the top of the tube. Now, and then I put them, and both of them are 2 centimeters from the top of the tube for both of them. Now, if I raise one up a bit, it's going to change how much tube there is on one side.
If you move it up above 2 centimeters, it'll piss out the other side. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the point. But up until that 2 centimeters, I can say that, if there's 1.5 centimeters at one end and 2.5 at the other, they're not at the same level. One is of a higher elevation than the other. The other is of a lower elevation than the other. I'm talking about the top of the tube itself from the point of view of elevation.
We're just talking about the water level. That's why it's called a water level, not the top of the tube above the water level.
I'm going to stop there because I'm now getting frustrated that you're not addressing the actual fucking question.
Yeah, I mean, what's he going on about?
That was funny. He's just talking about the top of the tube.
Yeah.
That's all he's talking about. Like, just let it be. What are you moving it around for? Sorry, go on.
You can have 100 feet on one end higher than the water level of the tube, and 1 inch on 1 inch 10 feet away, but the water level is the same. Jesus, man. Sometimes I wonder how smart they are.
They're having a different conversation, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think he was just. I understand what he's saying, but that's not how it's. That's not what the water level is for, and I think he's just trying to confuse people. Actually, that's what it sounded like to me. You don't even
Well, I
do
think
it
he
that
was
way.
confused himself. I mean, yeah. It sounded like he actually was confused.
Well, that's what I'd say. Like, this in the past? It would be like I don't know. I mean, Rakir says he's trying to confuse people, and Spot On says, I mean, this is sophist versus paralogist, right? What's occurring here? I mean, I know foolish.
Oh yeah, his name. Is that just
Yeah.
But,
He purports to be a clever guy, right? But like Rakir says, he's trying to confuse. It seems like he's trying to confuse people, but like Spot On says, he could have just confused himself. Because this paralogism, you become blind to it. I keep harking back to the doublespeak of 1984, the Ministry of Truth.
Nobody that's ever used one or seen one used would be confused about what he was saying.
Yeah. Which is why they don't use them or know anything about them, because they can continue this argument. I really think this is one of those moments in 1984 that they said this is akin to blasphemy. To accept a water level as a tool that establishes a horizontal is blasphemous to the globe model.
Yeah. Do you think surveyors would be confused? Like, if you take a surveyor that's never used a water level tool and get him to mark 2 posts with a theodolite or any instrument that he has that creates a horizontal, and then you break out your water level tool and put it on one mark and go to the other end and watch it equalize, you think he would be surprised, though? I don't.
Yeah.
I think he would understand.
How much longer could you make this water level? I mean, would it work over 200 meters? 300 meters? 400 meters?
Yep, around the corner.
Yeah. And the surveyors would agree with you, right?
Yep.
Every surveyor that I've ever talked to would definitely agree with that statement. There's no getting around it. There's only a group of people that are crazy on the internet, on Discord and all of that this means a great deal to, but it doesn't mean anything to anybody else, really.
I think if you got a surveyor out and got him to, put some pegs and whatever in, and then whilst he was still there, got your water level out to check him.
Yeah.
I think, he'd be like cringing in his boots, I think, if he didn't think he's done a proper job on that. He'd be like, oh, shit.
Yeah, he would be hoping he didn't make a mistake because he knows the water is going to find the level. And if one is off, guess which one I'm going to choose is off. Like, I would put my money that the man made the mistake, not the water. Like the tool, the man-made tool made the mistake, not the water level. You fill a basin up or a pool or a pond or whatever, and you know what I'm saying? You make a mark above that water with a water level tool, and you make a mark above that water level with an instrument, and one of them's off. You better bet on the water level.
Yeah. Do you reckon you could ever get a surveyor that would ever try and obfuscate as to why the water level was different?
I haven't.
Yeah.
They all would. I've had them tell me that to double check your instrument is calibrated, just go put it on the water. All right, just as a quick calibrating, method. Just go measure 100 feet of water, and if it's, you think you dropped your instrument and you think it's out of whack, just go go quickly put it on water and see.
Do you reckon you could ever get a surveyor to go, well, you know, like the bent levels, well, curvature of the earth, innit? It's like, you're an inch out. Where's the curvature of the earth? Yeah, we checked it.
Yeah, yeah, like Larry Scott's slab. If my surveyor comes back behind me and is putting his stamp on the project, and my slab is 2 inches down or a half inch or whatever, he's going to question me. He's not going to say that's following anything. He's going to say it's not horizontal. What are you doing? Is your instrument okay, or what process did you?
He said, "Oh, you wanted it horizontal, not level." It's like this language that has been developed around this particular conversation has been generated by the people we talk to. It's not been generated by the surveyors. It's not been generated by anybody who uses this tool practically. It's just been generated by people who have to defend a model. And I find it really strange.
And you seem to be going to be out of your way to be pedantic when I'm trying to make a very simple point. You're not prepared to listen, Bev. I'll go away. You can go and talk to someone else. Because you've been shown the definition of level and level surface from the actual textbook.
I think you've been a good help.
You've been shown information on geodetic surveying and triangular and spherical excess. You've been shown all of this information repetitively, and you still deny that it exists. So
he does. He did just say there that I've been shown spherical excess, which I don't know whether it can be shown, unless you want to just show some numbers that add up to more than 180. But I wouldn't say that is showing spherical excess myself.
I'm going to stop there because I'm now very frustrated at your pedantry.
Okay, thank you very much. You've been a great help. I didn't realise people didn't understand what a water level was. So easily, right? Sorry. I'll obviously have to do a video making it even more understandable.
Bev, I've never watched one of your videos in my life, and I never will. So don't worry about it. If I want to go and actually learn about something, I'll go to an actual textbook.
Read something, yeah, textbook
about
water level.
Is that somebody in here or somebody on the video?
What I noticed here, the problem is if they think you're talking about flat Earth, they won't understand anything you say. You have to say, "I'm not talking about the Earth right now."
Did you understand my point? What I was did you understand it at all, Crit?
I understand. I kind of vaguely listened. I didn't hear all the points made. I was actually.
So why are you commenting if you weren't actually paying attention? You don't know what's going on then.
Well,
I understand your point. I understood your point.
I thought it was a really simple point.
I just had like an epiphany in a way. Like a couple of years ago, I came into this room myself and was challenging the same sort of line that Bev is. And what my original argument was, there's a huge expanse in Australia called the Nullarbor Plain.
Mm-hmm.
So what I was saying was, how can the Earth be a sphere or an oblate spheroid if there's these large areas of land and water that, they're called plains? So it's like a serpent.
Curvature and elevation are the same thing, shall we? Shall we do that?
Oh.
No, it's like there's a perfect.
You've never been.
He's not doing that, Jem. He's just talking about something.
It's like
in reality,
really doing that. Yes,
there's a sphere with lots of flat bits.
He's saying because there's some flat land without any mountains or valleys, and people refer to it as flat, that means the Earth is flat.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
We're
that.
just
I'm
talking
saying there
about
are
reality,
extensive areas.
Exactly
on,
right.
And this is what happened last time. That there's extensive areas of the Earth that are not displaying curvature. So it's like a sphere with lots of flat bits. I also showed cities like the city of Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, Tokyo. All Cartesian grid lines.
I noticed
But
you went
you know
from,
what they just to finish the point. You know what they did, Bev?
Go on.
In the end, they just called me a deluded retard who lives in his mum's basement.
Sounds about right.
That's
Sounds
what I
familiar.
would get.
Yeah, it does sound familiar.
Noticed that you went from the terrain being flat to it doesn't display curvature. So in fact, that displays that you were doing exactly what Sam said you were doing, even though you denied it.
What did I deny?
Merle, let me ask you this. If you were wrong and we're right, imagine that situation. The globe is as described. There isn't a great big lie to take you away from God. And all this is just bollocks on the internet.
How good's that argument from Jem there? Just imagine that the globe is real, will ya? And all of that stuff you're talking is rubbish. Just imagine it. That's it. End of argument. There's no more to it.
I can't remember what I was going to say now.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah, what was the point? What was the point that you made before that? Remind me what you just said.
Just that the Earth.
Oh, you got called a got called a retard and delusional. That was the point. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So if that's true, if we imagine a situation where that's true, would it be fair to call you delusional? Why is it there any consequence if people do or do not understand geometry? How does that help you in any way?
The Earth is flat.
Sea level is a mean because the sea level actually changes in elevation depending where it is on Earth. In one case, for instance, Antarctica, the gravity caused by the continent of Antarctica actually pulls the sea higher and closer to it.
You don't understand hydrostatic equilibrium.
Do you hear that? I'll put that back again because that's quite interesting. That
situation.
I've never.
What's true? You heard that? The sea. You have to take it. It may take 2 or 3 times, but the sea level gets pulled higher. Like, whoa, what?
Called you delusional. Why is it there any consequence if people do or do not understand geometry? How does that help you in any way?
The Earth is flat.
Sea level is a mean because the sea level actually changes in elevation depending where it is on Earth. In one case, for instance, Antarctica, the gravity caused by the continent of Antarctica actually pulls the sea higher and closer to it.
You don't understand.
It pulls the sea higher and closer to it.
Unbelievable.
You want to hear it again? I mean, I bet they've never even heard this. This might have just been a spur of the moment claim that, they just throw off.
Where it is on Earth. In one case, for instance, Antarctica, the gravity caused by the continent of Antarctica actually pulls the sea higher and closer to it.
You don't understand.
Actually pulls the sea higher and closer to it. Antarctica, special place. Special place.
Understand hydrostatic equilibrium. Equal atmospheric pressure causes a horizontal surface.
I'm talking about the fact that Antarctica is so massive, the ice in the continent, that the sea level is higher, closer to Antarctica, because of the gravitational attraction of the entire continent. Level means.
Go on, anybody want to unpack that? The sea level's higher because Antarctica's bigger.
The only thing I've ever heard is like the moon's gravity pulls the water towards it and then also pulls the land. So that's why you get a higher tide on the backside away from the moon. But I've never heard that Antarctica is bigger.
Yeah,
that's why
the water's higher.
What about Asia? I mean, Asia is the largest continent, isn't it? As I recall from school.
That's why the water is so
Isn't doesn't their model say there's an equatorial bulge, not a polar bulge due to
due to the spin?
They've got a lot of bulges and a lot of planes, like flat spots, haven't they? Just a load of flat spots and bulges.
It pulls the water higher.
You look at the model that shows the gravity, whatever.
The potato.
Going up and down.
The colour potato. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't make any sense, does it?
It's like the ultimate mass versus mass, mass attracts mass conversation, right?
Yeah.
It has to.
I think it's more that you don't understand.
Well, this must have, right? If this is a mass issue that can pull the water up higher, then surely doesn't that mean that there's more mass above being able to pull the water upwards?
Can I interject something here quickly?
Like, what? Go on.
What? May I say something?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think anybody on this panel is going to agree with me, but there's no such thing as pull. Doesn't exist. There's only push pressure. That's it. No such thing as pull. It cannot be demonstrated.
Well, you've got to argue with Brenda, I'm afraid. The pull of the Antarctic mass of land pulls water upwards.
Yeah,
closer to it.
I mean,
again, you don't understand.
In a sense, a magnet kind of demonstrates it, but even if you look deeply into that, it's not pull, it's push. Always push. If anything's being moved, it's done by push. Pressure. Sorry, go ahead.
Right, okay, well, you want to listen to it all, because, I mean, we're in the last few minutes here, and this is, I'd call it a Brenderism, right?
Where it is on Earth. In one case, for instance, Antarctica, the gravity caused by the continent of Antarctica actually pulls the sea higher and closer to it.
You don't understand hydrostatic equilibrium. Equal atmospheric pressure causes a horizontal surface.
I'm talking about the fact that Antarctica is so massive, the ice in the continent, that the sea level is higher, closer to Antarctica, because of the gravitational attraction of the entire continent. Level means curved, right?
Hang on, how do you get it? How can you call it vertical on the side of a ball?
Gotta say, you're totally blowing my mind right now.
Right, that's the end of that. You want to listen to that? Yeah, you don't need to listen to the end. Yeah, how do you reckon to that then?
So Antarctica causes gravity. That's what I heard.
I think so.
Yeah, clearly that's what Brenda said. Antarctica causes gravity.
But remember that is local gravity.
Yeah.
Causes more gravity in that area.
Now we have local vertical, local
Are we really to real people?
Sorry?
I'm just wondering, are we talking to true people, real people, individuals?
Well,
like it makes you kind of wonder, doesn't it?
foolish. I'm just asking myself, right? What's wrong with this individual?
Paralogisms, I'm pretty sure. And it gets hard to tell the difference between a paralogism and sophistry. Because to the person looking in, they're very, very similar.
It's not really a matter of paralogism. Sorry to say, Bev. For me, like people like Brenda, Foolish, whatever, they've been here in the arena for a couple of years, right?
Well,
They've
more
been
than that, probably.
Information, and for me, like, there could be other factors we're not aware of. For me, this is fucking abnormal, right? It's crazy, like.
Well, they've got a model.
It's not about a model. Even if you've got a model, right? You can't be dumb and stupid and like to that level, right? You
Well, I
can't
don't know.
because...
How long have you been around here?
What you got there, fella?
I've got near 650 videos. You can go back and listen to any of them.
I've heard things here that I can't even begin to explain how and why I heard them, but it's because of the model affliction. They have to say it. If you truly follow their model, you have to say things that are just ridiculous.
Yeah, forced into it.
We exist within factual fiction, if that makes any sense at all.
Not really. For me, see, the gut feeling of every single one of us, right, would immediately like show him things. Like if you just say, "Oh, what a level," people would understand it. The basic stuff, but these people, the hardcore ballers, like for me, like it's not cool. It's something else. Like for me, I view that probably they are paid people. They're shills, really. Just they're there for a reason, right?
Oh, but you can't be getting paid much. I mean, come on.
Honestly, because this is fucking.
They hang around in groups. I mean, there are groups of them. There are packs of them. They have to go together because one of the tactics that they need is they need a group of people to obfuscate each other. They need to help. They all need help. So I think there's more paralogisms in this than most people realise. And I think most people like imagine that other people are just like them. And you've obviously come to an understanding. And you're struggling to see why other people can't come to the similar understanding that you have. Well, they're blinded.
Not really. I get that, but for me, it's not about that immediate, instantaneous understanding, right? For me, I've been shown evidence like the first day, and then enough. It didn't take me all these ages because I was honest to begin with, right? I was honest in the first instance, but these people are not honest. It's not it's the model affliction, or it's something else, man. Really, this is not normal, really. So to say, because for me, I can't believe that. Even if you've got models, right? Even if you have models, and if you've been presented with the opposite of that model, you can sort of like I would say embrace that version of reality, but basic facts of reality, what a level, man! It's crazy.
Where I draw my line is when you bring up reality, what you can see and what you know about hydrostatics and water and how it works and things like that to these type of people. they're not interested, right? They're only there to argue for their points. Like, they're not listening to what you're saying, even though you're not trying to take anything from them. You're just trying to tell them how you see it, or what reality is for you, or what reality is for physics or water or whatever. They're not interested in that. That's how I know.
Was it Askins putting stuff in the chat there, George? Says water levels are not used to set a horizontal. Says George. They were used to set points of equal elevation. 2 points, equal elevation. Line between, horizontal. Yeah. I bet George won't be able to tell you whether he goes for a drop or hump.
How can a grown man say that water levels are not used to set a horizontal? How can a grown man actually say that?
Model affliction.
Yeah, but geez,
Not just a grown man either. Yeah, not just a grown man, an engineer, right?
Wow, that makes it all the worse.
A licensed engineer who was able to get another engineer, threaten another engineer with unlicensing.
Yeah, that was sad.
It's crazy. It's complete insanity, to be honest.
Yeah.
An engineer that's willing to post the front door of my house, for whatever reason.
Yeah, strange. I mean, I don't know
Yeah,
why
very strange.
He keeps saying that he doesn't want to be round here and it's too stupid for him, like he has there. But he keeps coming round to say stupid things himself. And do stupid things, too.
And they are happy about that. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, I mean, if George wasn't around to say that stupid shit, they'd rely on somebody else, and it'd have to be somebody else to say that stupid shit for him. Blue's come out to help George a bit. But that's about it, innit? There's not many people left. They're all leaving. Everybody's bugging out. And I think it's all due to the this water level geometric sort of argument and how people... Skeptic, you've got a bit of a hot mic open. Cheers. Yeah, like I say, I'm studying paralogisms at the minute, and I'm not too sure what it is. This, whether it is actually sophistry, or whether they don't actually have anybody that's leading the sophistry. I don't think anybody that talks can be the true sophist. I think the true sophists that are around in this argument are the ones that are just in the background, the ones that advise everybody.
Eggshells falls in that category. True sophist.
Well, he just wants to convince you of something different to what you already think. I'm not so sure that's sophistry either. I think that's more like Zeno, just trying to turn everything upside down. Doesn't matter what it is. Just wants to flip everything.
lying. Knowingly lying.
Yeah, I don't know whether they'd call it that or not. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's hard work to work out whether it's one or the other, and that's where we're going with the Organon and the Trivium, is to hopefully arm people with the knowledge of how to deal with this. And most of the time is I don't think you can see these paralogisms or whatever until somebody helps you and points them out to you. And that's what, hopefully that's what we can do. And again, that'll be another reason why people don't want to come and talk to us, because you've got to be able to question yourself and talk about these things, which I think most of the people are trying to avoid the conversations, which they're obvious geometric conversations with proof and stuff. I mean, I know why people don't want to come and have a chat, especially when they've got a model in mind. Have we got anyone in now? What's the chat look like? Pretty early on tonight, haven't we? Yeah.
I've prepared a statement that there's an emergency meeting of the town board today at 6 o'clock, and I've prepared a statement of truth that I'm going to read out to a room full of people that probably have never heard any of it before. I wonder how the reaction is going to come about. Just to let them know, I'm just giving them an idea how the real function behind government. So, yeah, I just hope I remain calm and I'm not too nervous. But yeah, that's why I wrote it out, so I'd be able to,
Can you record it?
I believe I could. Yeah.
Nice. Give us a recording.
I think it's on YouTube as well.
Nice.
They do have a YouTube channel, but yeah, I'll take my iPhone and I'll see if I can record it.
Yeah, I'd like to listen to that. That'd be good. So anybody talking about truth, speaking truth to power, right?
If they don't let you video, just turn your video on in your pocket and record the conversation.
Right. Well, they had a meeting 2 days ago, and there were people in the audience recording, so I don't see how they'd be able to stop me today. I didn't take my iPhone that day because I didn't think it would be allowed, but I saw people doing it. Plus, they had 2 news crews there, and they were recording.
Yeah. Hey, you're a good speaker, John. It should be good.
In a room full of people that never heard anything about what I'm about to say, that's going to be different.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, some of the crowds that you talk to, I'm pretty sure they're far more hostile than what you're going to meet there.
Oh, yeah, I'm hoping they'll be receptive for sure. I know the board won't like what I'm about to say, but I'm hoping the people will be receptive to it.
Nice.
I'll let you know how it goes for sure.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Let's just check the chat. Eric's in there saying that Rumpus will never do his test. Has he done any of his videos or anything yet? Has Rumpus done anything? He said he is. He's going to be doing him soon, I think he said. I've not heard of it or seen any of the videos. I think I subscribed to him.
I haven't heard his voice in weeks.
Oh, is that me or is that a bad connection? I don't think you come through then.
I haven't heard his voice in weeks. Rumpus.
He's over in Geo's, isn't he? He's quite a lot, or he deafened and muted.
I haven't heard him there.
Wow. So, I mean, the idea of today was the geometry and the idea that a water level establishes 2 points, a horizontal line. Now, that's geometric. In reality, I mean, the people use these tools in reality. These straight lines that exist geometrically also exist in reality. They have to. There's a relation between geometry and reality based around a straight line being the shortest distance between 2 points. There can be no shorter distance, no matter how much crazy science guys think otherwise. Which I bet that's never been justified and nobody's ever bothered asking him about that. It's forgotten conversations of the model afflicted. Stupid statements that are made about silly things. In reality, that are never questioned and allowed to pass. I think that's one of the reasons I'm not at these other places, is because I think I've talked to people and found them to be liars. I've heard them contradict themselves too many times and then try and justify it, and then have their friends also come and justify these what could be lies, or they could be paralogisms. It's hard to tell, but I mean, dealing with them and having to falsify everybody else's claims, even when they could just be made up on the spot, and still being asked to falsify somebody else's non-arguments. It's a little bit strange. So I don't know where to go from that. I did actually do the water level, and I think I've tried to do what a water level is quite a few times. I was working on a geometric idea of our water level, and we've got the proof things that we have to do as well. We seem to have been a little bit distracted recently with another project that we're trying to achieve. Seeing how that goes. But the idea of this geometry relating to reality, it's a bit hard to explain how that relationship works. I think the easiest way to explain it is with pi. Because pi is a number that everyone can agree, I think. At least everyone in the upper echelons of this argument would have to say that they trust mathematics. Mathematics is a god to them. That is the proof giver. That's, some of them think that as long as they can derive a formula from maths, then that proves whatever it is that you want to do, right? They consider the layout of a formula to be a mathematical proof. Now, I wouldn't think like that. I would say the proof is a logical system that leads you up from one to the end product, or the solution. And it should be clear to anybody to see that progression within a proof. Back to pi. We did do this the other day, and this hopefully will get round to the square root. But the relationship, we've been over this. We've done this twice today. The relationship of pi is a relationship of the diameter to the circumference of the circle, or what they call tau is the relationship of the radius to the circumference. So what you do is you relate one of those things as the number 1, and the other one is the proportions of how much either bit larger or smaller it is in relation to that 1 that is either the diameter or the radius. So that relationship is derived numerically. The diameter, the circumference over the diameter wrote as a fraction. When you replace the diameter as 1, then you can say that there are a number of diameters that go all the way around the circumference. And that number is 3.142 or whatever. That number is derived, the 3.14, because the diameter is given the value of 1. So that's the number value of pi is geometrically derived from giving the value 1 to the diameter.
Now, all you mean by that is the diameter is always considered as 1.
Yes.
Am I understanding that properly?
Well, that's what pi is. Pi is the circumference over the diameter. Now, the circumference divided by the diameter. And that's 3.14, which means the circumference is 3.142 times bigger, larger than the diameter. And consequently, but when you do the radius, it's twice, right? Because you can fit twice as many radiuses in because the diameter's twice as big as the radius. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Good. So this is where we've been at today. Is
I just want to say, something. Yeah, just want to say something. John, hang on to your shorts, man.
Well, were you not here earlier, John? Did you? When we were going over this?
No.
I don't think so, no.
Oh, well, this might be a little bit more enjoyable then. Do you know we've been going over a program called Euclidia? It's an app on the phones that sort of...
I heard you mention it.
Yeah, right. It mimics Euclid. Mimics. It sort of takes you on that journey. It's quite a good... it's a good little game app. Whatever, you know, puzzle thing for you to just have a go on. Well, I've got 3, 4. I've got, you know, a few bits into it, and one of them I did today. I like every now and again. When something interests and gives you a bigger idea of something, then I tend to put a screenshot of it in the chat. I will get this picture for you now in the live chat. Right, so this is the can you see that? This is the question that it asked us to do.
Square root of 2.
Yeah, the square root of 2 within this app, Euclidia. Now,
only with geometry, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing numbers. This. Yeah.
So it, like, first off, you're looking at that and see just a line,
right?
But it's asking you for the square root of 2.
What is it? Is that AC in parentheses, and then it has what, minus something, the square root of 2? I can't make that part up.
AC equals the square root of 2. So
Okay.
AB would be 1. Yeah, AC would be the square root of 2, whereas AB would be 1. Right? But you have to have this understanding, right? This is where...
Well, I certainly don't.
Right, well, this is where a lot of people have this... I don't know. It's the way you've been taught with numbers, and you think of the square root of 2, you are thinking of numbers, aren't you?
Yes.
Right. That is derived purely geometrically. It's the number 1 is the line or the radius value that you should start with, and the rest of the things are derived from that. So this is a question within Euclidia that's asking you to make the square root of 2 on a line.
You can see the construct a point C on the ray AB such that the length of AC is equal to the square root of 2. Wow.
Yeah. Right. So,
And if I can, it's worth noting now with the numbers, even though we're not going to be in the numbers quite yet, just keep in mind with the numbers, the square root of 2 is a transcendental number. It goes out.
It goes on, right?
It goes on. It's like pi. It goes on and on,
Right.
or 33% or 66%, whatever, right? Goes on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah, I remember that from class. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
right. So if you can see, this is what I initially, the next picture, right, is what I posted in chat. Because I know why people will get flummoxed by this, because they'll see that and think, what's that about? It's literally, that's how you do that. Find the square root of 2 in the shortest amount of moves within this puzzle game, Euclidia. 2 circles and a perpendicular is all that's needed. Now, at first, this is one of those things that at first it looks strange, doesn't it? I mean, you don't understand what's going on, but because this is geometry.
Can I ask to clear up? You said two circles and a perpendicular, you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the perpendicular to?
The original line.
Okay.
The original AB.
Okay.
Right, now, can you see that picture there that we've got in the chat? The one with the straight line and, you know, the two straight lines, the perpendicular.
I still see the square root of 2. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I need to close this.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it now, yeah.
Right, so that point in the middle of that, let me say in the middle, one that's got the right angle on it. You see that? So that is the center of the first circle. So you would call that B. From, you know, starting on the left, you've got A, B, and then C.
Oh, I see. You got that line from the other photo in there. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So that's where the perpendicular's formed.
All right.
So step 1, at the center of the first circle, form a perpendicular. Okay, that's all you do. And then it's 2 circles from there. Right, now I've got this picture. It would be easier if I could try, and I might have to try drawing it on the whiteboard to explain it if you don't quite get this right. Now, this picture hopefully tries to explain. My ones, some spot on said my ones look like 2s.
Well, they look fine to me.
Yeah, okay. So now go back to that other picture and you can see where the perpendicular is. And you can see the smaller circle.
Right.
Right, so you draw that circle. The radius of that circle, you say, is value 1. Because that's what we do. There is no numbers within geometry. And since this is a geometric problem, in order for us to do this, we need to apply a numerical value because they want us to find the square root of 2.
Right.
So on this first circle, you say that's value 1. So where the perpendicular is, where that circle cuts the perpendicular lines, you can say that each one of those lines is the radius to the circumference of the circle, and you can assign the numerical value 1 to each of those. And since you've got 2 with a right angle in between, you could say that's 1 corner of a square. Although you don't have to form the entire square.
Can I ask you how the line on the right, the yellow line on the right side of the circle, is a radius? What's the radius of? I'm not getting that.
The line on the right?
You know, you got the center where you have the perpendicular, and then you have that yellow piece to the right, or at least, did you say that's a radius as well?
No. Just for the small circle, for starting off, I've just drawn a picture of. You might be on the old one again.
Okay.
There's a white piece of paper where I've wrote.
I got it.
Yeah, it's like the south if it was a compass, and the west. Those two
Okay,
are.
I see it. Okay.
Right. So that's your perpendicular that you've formed.
Right.
And for each one of those arms, you can give the value 1 because they're all radiuses, right?
Okay.
Now,
wait a minute. I thought you said diameter had the value of 1.
Yeah, within
Pythagorean theorem.
Within pi.
Oh, okay.
Right, the diameter is 1 because it's the relationship of the circumference over the diameter, right? So, yeah, and is that paper just said that? Yeah, you're dead right.
Yeah.
This is the Pythagorean theorem.
Don't give it away yet.
Yeah. So, but what you're doing, you're assigning the value 1 to each side of that. You can call it a triangle if you want, but it could be a square, right? You could just continue that square 1 1 1 1 1, and you've made a square of value 1 that relates to the radius of that particular thing, right?
I don't know.
You can see that.
You can see on the squares.
Well, you can see the value 1 and 1.
I do.
Right. Now, there is a right angle in between them.
Correct.
So that could be a corner of a square, couldn't it? That right angle there,
right.
Just
right.
because it is a right angle, it could be a square, right? So,
right.
In order for you to find the Pythagorean theorem to work out squares of these things, you've got a square there of value 1 that relates to that radius of that circle. Yeah?
Yeah, I'm following you.
So Pythagorean theorem would say a squared plus b squared equals c squared. You've heard that. So in this case, a squared is 1, right? 1 square. And b squared is 1 square. A squared plus b squared, 1 plus 1, equals c squared. So we've got the value of 2, but c squared is 2. So we're after the square root of 2.
Right.
Which is that diameter, the diagonal, which is, see, the longer bit of that triangle.
Hypotenuse you're talking about, right?
Hypotenuse.
Yeah. Right, so what you do is you put a compass on one bit of that and then make the rest. You know, you
diameter
make
is the radius of the larger circle. The diameter of the one square is the radius to the larger circle.
The actual answer to the question is the radius of the largest circle.
Yeah. That line there is the square root of 2. That diagonal.
You're saying the hypotenuse is the square root of 2?
Yeah. Because it's the square is 1.
Right.
It's a 1 square. So when you do that, you just increase that line for that portion behind it. Do you get that?
No. How are you finding the square root of 2? Are you talking about that arc that you came off, the hypotenuse?
No, it's that diagonal.
Yeah.
That is the square root of 2.
That length of line. That line is square root of 2.
But you don't have to give it a length, do you? Or a number?
Well, it just is.
It is. It is. Okay.
It just
is. Let me try to understand how you guys are seeing this.
Yeah, well, I mean...
that's incredibly interesting.
Sorry, it's the circumference of the larger circle is further than the perpendicular center of the smaller circle.
Correct.
So you've got 1 being the diameter plus the remainder of the perpendicular length, between that and the outer circumference. So it's 1 point.
Yeah, you've got a little bit more than 1. You got 1 that's the radius, that is the left arm of the perpendicular that Bev has labeled 1. That horizontal, right? And then you've got there. There's going to be if you do it by the numbers, right? If you were just staying in the numbers world, it's going to be a little bit more than 1, right? But not yet, not quite 1.5. But since it's a transcendental number, you can't determine it. because there is no exact number you can give it. I can give you a ruler with all the tick marks you want. You still can't tell me the length of square root 2. You get that? Just like
you can draw this length on paper.
you can draw this length only through the geometry, though. Not through numbers, only through the geometry.
Yeah, it comes down to a proportionality, doesn't it? Of what you relate 1 to. And
I always thought the relationship of any square root was related to 1.
It has to be, doesn't it?
Right, the baseline was 1.
Yeah. And where does that 1 come from?
Yeah, that's...
But that Kevin said it really well earlier. That 1 can be anything. This is non-scalable. So any distance that you have that you can think of, you can think of that distance as being 1.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean it's a ratio?
Yeah.
Yes, ratio. Proportional.
Yeah.
Yep.
Proportional.
So think about this, though. This is the mind-blowing thing, at least for me, right? So that line, that diagonal, which is also the same length, by the way, as the radius of the larger circle from the center point to the circumference of that larger circle on the right-hand side. That's just past the little right the right angle that Bev has marked in the upper right quadrant. You see that the center point of the larger circle to the circumference of that same circle, that same larger circle on the right. That is the answer. It's the same exact length as that diagonal that is the hypotenuse of the right triangle. It's the exact same length. But here's the crazy thing. The crazy thing is that in numerical value, the square root of 2 is transcendental. It's huge. You can't get to the end of it, right? But in geometry, you can just look at it and go, yeah, there it is. It's right there. That's the square root of 2 right there, that line. That line is finite. It's not infinite. It's finite. You got it? So is pi when you look at pi.
Number then if it's finite.
What's that?
Why is the number transcendental if the line is finite?
Ah, therein lies the shit that makes you go crazy.
Yeah, numbers.
Because numbers, and Bev has said it before with pi, right? It's Bev has said, and I'll let you say it, Bev, but I totally agree with Bev. Go ahead, Bev. Say what you said. Why is that?
What? Because it's transcendental.
The numbers are transcendental. Yeah. What does that tell? What does that tell you?
It
I
tells
have to
you.
Agree with you.
It tells you that you can't do this shit. Right? The moment you try and relate it to a numerical value, the numbers say, nah, no, you're not doing that.
And you know what that tells me? That tells me that you're not God. Only God, right? Infinity, right? Infinity. Can you grasp infinity? Can anyone grasp infinity?
I think it points to more that geometry is reality, more than numbers.
Yeah. It's real. That is something that you can it's finite, right? Because our reality is finite. The reality that we live in is finite.
So this is geometry versus arithmetics.
Yeah, it's
well,
not really
I don't know where.
verses.
Yeah, it's not a versus. It's a trick, right? That you need to have numerical values to be able to assign to things in order to have miles and feet and kilometers and meters, and it's a must that you need to do that sort of thing to quantify something. But I think the trick is it's been relied upon too heavily, and people have lost the understanding of where those numbers and that relationship have come from. And
Bev?
Go on.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. If you're not done, go ahead. I'll wait.
No, go on.
How did you determine the size of the larger circle in this drawing? I understand.
It's the radius of that larger circle is the diagonal formed by those two right angle ones. It's literally the diagonal across a square of 1
by 1.
Yeah.
This is hypotenuse of right triangle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
This is the radius of the bigger circle.
So John, so John, if you once Bev created, so first, let me see if I get the steps right, Bev. So first, you created you were given the line in the problem, right? The line is a radius. Then you can create the smaller circle from that radius.
Right.
Then you can create the vertical and horizontal because you have now since you have the radius, you have a circle, you can get the diameter, and then you can get the vertical, yeah?
Now that radius is just the A to B point, not the A to C point, correct?
Where Bev has 1, the number 1 labeled on the left quadrant, left-hand side, that is the AB.
Okay.
Okay. So once he had the perpendicular, then that right angle, all he had to do was connect the end of the radius on the left-hand side to the radius, because it's still a radius, that is the vertical that's labeled number 1, and draw a diagonal to it.
Mm-hmm.
Then that creates the right triangle. But you still can't get it. You still can't plot that line. You can't just pick it up and move it, right? You can't plot that line over across the horizontal there. You have to work it out. The way to work it out is, now that you have that diagonal, it is also a radius, because any line is a radius. Any line, any straight line is a radius.
Every straight line can be a radius,
Every straight line can be a radius. Yeah.
And you guys are reforming my thought processes here big time.
So
whenever I'm building a wall now, I look at it differently. I see it as a diameter, or
it's a radius,
So
right?
from
You
one
see
end
it as a
of the wall to the
radius.
other, it's a diameter or a radius.
Yeah, exactly. So then, now that you have that as a radius, you can create the bigger circle. Once you have the bigger circle, that radius from the point on the left, where left of the first number 1 there on the horizontal, to the circumference of that bigger circle, that's the answer. That's the square root of 2.
Okay.
In line form, that's A to C.
Right.
You got it?
Wow. Wow.
It's beautiful, isn't it, John?
Yes.
It's freaking magnificent.
This is interesting.
I only just learned it today as well, John, and
I've never seen this before.
Yeah, and and even now, just going through it again, it just cleared a couple of little bits that I probably was a little bit, but yeah, I mean, that was brilliant. Thanks. Yeah.
Wow.
See, the beauty of this is, because it did it earlier, it tells you how to make a straight line using a compass only, and how to extend a straight line using a compass only. Well, what the idea of this is, and the idea of a radius and a diameter, right? It's a straight line. It has to be straight, and you can call it 1. And then if you imagine a radius is being called 1, then you can extend that radius and make it a diameter. It's just as straight, it being a diameter. Then that diameter that you've just made, that is a straight line, you can then make that a radius and extend that radius into a diameter. It exponentially gets bigger and bigger and bigger. But that's still a straight line. That can be done in reality, just as it can be done in geometry. The progression of a straight line to extend from a radius to a diameter back to a radius, with the circle getting bigger. Geometry's beautiful when you start applying it and you take yourself out of the number realm that may have seemed confusing to a lot of people. I know a lot of people have shied away from numbers because they think it's not for them. But when you can start relating the numbers back to the geometry, and like Spot On says, you can actually do it. You can practice it yourself. And then once you do it, you gain another bit of understanding because you have practiced it.
It is another level.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another level of knowing. No matter how much you try to get your head around it and draw it in your head and look at the pictures, it's different than you actually doing it.
That's why we tried to do the water level thing to a cost effective, anyone can do it.
Can't wait to get my geometry set out the weekend. Which one? Which one?
Which one?
Braggart.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't normally brag, but I mean, come on, that has got to be I didn't even know it was in the suitcase. I really didn't.
Yeah.
He cracks himself up.
Yeah, I'm glad you'd never heard of that before, John. I'm hoping we'd be able to do that. It needs to be put down a little bit more formulated because we only did that.
Yeah, I'd like you to do the whiteboard sometime and just do that from scratch. You know?
Yeah.
Just go through it from scratch.
Wait till you get to square roots of 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, it works exactly the same.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
It literally takes you away from what you used to imagine the square root of 2 as being into a whole new realm.
Now, if you're doing a square root of 3, are you going to change those radius instead of 1 to 3, or are they going to remain 1? It used to be 3, right? Be 2 sides of 3,
Nope.
right?
It's just more
A squared
geometry
plus B squared equals C squared.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Numbers again.
What about so now you've got the so you've got 1, yeah? That being the diameter.
Yeah.
Now, once you've got that 1, you've got a scale, right? And so, if you were to, you could measure that scale, yeah, with a tape measure, and then you just measure the extra bit, and that's you just add the 2 together from the perpendicular. Will give you that exact measurement.
Yeah, see, this wouldn't have meant much to me either, apart from the fact that Saragaki brought it up when we were looking at... I can't even remember what we were looking at. I think we were just looking at number. And the relationship... I think it came around, actually, when we were doing the pi thing. Saragaki's not here at the minute. But, yeah... this is right up his street, and he did do a drawing to show that within Vesica Pisces and all of that, you can derive, I don't know, I think it's about the first 8 squares, square roots, within the geometric. I mean, you can obviously derive all of them, but very easily, you can get these sort of things. Now, we were also saying that within this particular one, this is a very contentious thing. It meant to have overthrown the Pythagorean mindset. It turned them crazy. I think that might have been a bit of a lie myself. I don't think Pythagoras was so upset about numbers that he killed someone.
Yeah, I don't think that either.
Yeah.
You know, I quoted this a while back in my thinking like before I even met anyone here. It's kind of like a back door to a computer program. In my mind, the way I see it, like, does that make any sense to anyone?
What you mean, this little trick that we're doing now? We're exposing a trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do as well, yeah.
That's all I think it is.
There's stuff behind geometry that people I don't think are fully aware of. It's not just the logical implications of how that's derived, but the links between arithmetic or mathematics and geometry through logic are so apparent when you start looking at these sort of things. Pi being transcendental, the square root of 2 also being transcendental, i.e. a number that cannot be reached. There's no number there. What you cannot assign a numerical value to it, because that number just keeps going. It doesn't end. You can't write it down. Which
it's so interesting.
Yeah.
And Ben, when you're so equipped, could you like on the whiteboard do the square root of 3 just the way you did it? Problem this way. No, you don't have to do it now. I'm just asking sometime because I'd like to see a few more of those demonstrated.
Yeah, I'd like to get in touch with Saragaki again because he has one picture that has all of them in it.
Okay.
And I did say to him I'd love to get that, as a replicated sort of thing for us to draw out to show. I mean, it'll be too confusing, but each one of them will be easy to show, like we sort of have today. I mean, that is the next picture, the next task in Euclidia is to show the square root of 3.
I'm amazed, Ben. I'm truly amazed.
Well, it reorders your mind into a different sort of idea, right? You takes the number and puts a geometric puzzle there. I would advise everyone to get hold of this Euclidia. This is a little bit further on, but I mean, I'm only on stage 4. I mean, it goes up to 8. And
now, when you were presented with that problem, were you already aware of how to solve it, or did you have to find out?
No, it gives you sort of how many moves you need to do it in, and for expert, and the minimum amount of moves that you need, and like 2 circles and a straight line, or a perpendicular and. Is the
I'm definitely curious to learn more about that.
Yeah, it fascinates me as well, but only as a puzzle sort of thing, because it gets your brain active and stops you from thinking about the numerical idea and gives you a solution, right? Within geometry, there is a definite solution for you how to do it. It will never be denied, right? No, there will be nobody to be able to say to you after you've done this, no, that's not right. That's not how they do it. You'll have done it. I expect that there's a lot of people that have had some pretty fun comments today. Let me see if I can find one of them. Copy, here we go. That one. So that's Wally. I initially did that, and I put it out earlier, and then I was drawing it for other people. And Wally says a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Not sure why the circles are needed. Which I find amazing.
Yeah, well, you need the circles to figure it out geometrically, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. The circle is vital within any form of geometry because it is a point mover. You have to establish a standard within geometry. Now, you can measure a line and then make the circle. Or you can put a point A and a point B and then use that as a radius. But that fact that you're using it as a straight line implies that you can use it as a radius. You can use it as a diameter. But Wally can't see that. Can't see how vital the circles
you can
are.
Rotate radius to compare to these lines.
Yeah.
Make it easier.
The way I look at a circle now, different than when I first came into this, is it's just a conglomeration of a lot of points. Now you can put another point anywhere on that circumference and draw a straight line from the center to that point. That then is an equal length, that line. Until you do that and place a line there, the circle isn't a thing. It's just a conglomeration of a lot of points at an equal distance away from it. There's not much you can actually do with the circle, but every point along it on the circumference is usable as that, equidistant. And this is one of the things that a lot of people don't like to talk about. The fact that a straight line, geometrically, doesn't have any curvature to it. You can't have that radius being a radius to a circle without it being straight, and straight without any curves, not straight on a ball. It wouldn't be a radius if it was on the outside of a sphere.
That's why I laugh every time they say you can't have a straight line.
Yeah.
Well, you have no sphere. Definitely can't measure it.
See, Genesis is in the chat talking to all of the people that we have round here. And I don't know why Genesis thinks gullible flat earthers believe everything we say. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say flat earthers were gullible either.
I wouldn't either.
I wouldn't tend to say anybody's gullible. But particularly flat earthers are the ones that are going to ask questions, aren't they? Sorry, what was that, Spot?
I said, are they the ones that use planar surveying, Euclidean, techniques?
All surveyors.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a chance that...
Ooh. You've got a muffled mic, Spot on.
Yeah, sorry, I'll back up.
No, it's okay. As long as nobody else talks. You're fine, you sound good.
Yeah, go ahead and make your point, because I talked over. Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Do y'all think that there's a chance that Euclid, that name, could be a think tank? It's hard for me to imagine that one man
Yeah.
did this, right?
It's got to be a group. Got to be. Group with the common cause of just being able to document stuff that is... I mean, I would imagine once you started this, it would be like a revelation, right? It would be a, can we do this? And then when they finally do, it's a full system.
Yeah, they may give the leader, right, the name. Like there might have been someone named Euclid that came up with the, let's do this, right? But for one man to come up with all of this, I don't see it. I've never even come close to meet such a person, or can even fathom a human exists like that.
It might even be an age, Euclid. It might be like a time or something. The time of Euclid when... Can you imagine how much logical thought processes must have been going on at that point? How little obfuscation was possible.
Well, that's why I like your name, Try Thinking, because I don't think in these days and times people think a lot. I think they just, are comfortable with everyone else has figured it out type stuff. But back then, you had a lot of free thinkers, a lot of time spent on, thinking. You know what I'm saying? Like just not much else to do in some cases.
Well, I almost feel that if they were doing this, then there must have been a reason. Before this, there was probably no reason to do that. But the obfuscation must have happened. People must have tried saying, oh, how do you know that? For them to have needed to do this. Because it's sort of similar to what me and Spot On did. People asked us to do something that was ridiculous. Like, why are we doing it? Quite often we said that to each other. What are we doing here? And then we kept saying, like, well, we're doing it for ourselves. And then it was, oh, yeah, that's all right. Then we're like, carry on.
I can't imagine the person sitting down with like a weight and a string and hanging it and just kind of playing with it and then having a revelation, right? Like, wow, that, put two of them, measure the distance between and go, yeah, those are parallel. Like, or not even knowing it was called parallel. Just these are equal distance apart. I wonder how many I can do. All of them are, right?
Especially when they got the water level out as well.
Right.
And they're like, two straight lines.
Yeah.
What can we do with that?
I can see that happening. Because water was, even back then, that was, that's life, right? So you saw how streams flowed and, you needed to get water to flow to you and away from you for various reasons. So they had to have wanted to figure that out. Again, water being the baseline of even the thought process.
Yeah, this is like we say, we're finding new areas and things that I initially didn't think we'd ever find, to be honest. The idea when we started this was just that water is level and level is horizontal. Straight line on a horizontal plane. That's where we started. And because of the journey of logic and geometry, we've ended up at a place where, I don't know, I think the simplicity that we've found has opened up more questions, but also given answers. Especially the answer, it's up to you. How much do you want to look into all of this? What are you willing to do for yourself? I think you get as much out of this as you're willing to look into it. And I know there's a fair few people that are they're in the chat at the minute, enjoying themselves with a.
Guys, I gotta head out. I'll give you an update tomorrow. Have a great night, guys.
Yeah, thanks, John. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, he's going to be quite, going away with that. It's going to give you some sort of confidence, isn't it? That knowing that.
I think so. I mean, it's one of those things. It's how do you deal with something like that?
Yeah.
Because when we did this the first time, I think we sort of explained the square root of 2 up until learning about the geometric version of the square root of 2. It's a function on a calculator.
Yeah.
It's a button on a calculator. How else would you derive the square root of 2?
You can derive it as whatever number squared is 2.
Pardon?
Well, the square root of 2 means that that number multiplied with itself is equal to 2.
Yeah.
That's what the square root of 2 means.
Yep.
It's a number.
It's a number or a line.
It's a number.
Uh-huh.
It's the number that
what is it?
Multiplied with itself
what's
equals
the number?
2. That's
what's
what
the number?
Square root means.
What is the number?
The numerical number, as you've said multiple times, it's an irrational number, which means that it has, as far as we know, infinitely many decimal points without any repetitions, as far as we know. So
it's
not
an exact
representation of the number is always has to, as already elaborated, always has to be of a geometrical kind.
So it's
because
a line.
We do not have an exact representation in the Dewey Decimal System. However, we can also represent it as the symbol square root with the 2 inside of it.
Oh, so you
Which
can
is not
express
a number
it
in
as
the
a
Dewey
symbol.
Decimal System because it does not have. It's not expressed as a number with a point, decimal point, and then numbers behind that between 1 and 9. It's a symbol. The symbols for the square root that you all know, the button on the calculator, as you call it, and the 2 inside of it. It's as exact of a representation as the geometrical one that you've shown.
Can you build that in reality?
What do you mean build that in reality?
You
Numbers
said
are
you can
logical concepts in the first place. They are not inherently connected with reality. They are a human concept that we made up. And we correlate it with reality in a certain way. We interpret the numbers to correlate to reality in a certain way. But inherently, they are a concept, a construct that we made up, derived from logic, and then we derived some more from it, and then we arrived at whole numbers, at natural numbers, then whole numbers, then fractions, and then finally, with a little more thinking about it and is more assigning numbers to certain problems or to certain things, correlating things to numbers to more things, we arrived at irrational numbers, such as square root of 2.
You mean you don't arrive at rational numbers, do you?
What do you mean?
Well, if you have an irrational number, transcendental, you don't arrive at it. You've given it that name specifically because you do not arrive at it.
So what?
Well, that's what we're saying. Geometrically, you can make a square of value 1 and you can take the diagonal. That diagonal exists. That is the square root.
Correct.
Right, but the number value that you want to give it can never be gotten.
You've already given it a number value by assigning the numbers 1 to the length of the square.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've given the diagonal the number value of square root of 2.
You've just given the diagonal of a square
it's a
1.
Definition of numbers. You've assigned the numbers to it.
I've never assigned a number to it.
Yes, you've assigned the number of length 1 to the square to the sides of the square.
You've assigned a radius value
just now.
Yeah.
Can you stop talking over everyone, please?
But it flows from Pythagorean theorem. You are squaring a number, and then in reverse you are rooting.
So.
But geometrically, it is a square.
So
it's a square. It's a geometric shape. It's a line that you want to assign a number to, but can't.
What do you mean?
You can't assign a number to the square root of
what
2.
I want to do. You asked me. You put the question in the room, what the square root of 2 was, and I gave you an explanation of what it is as a number, what it means as a number. There's nothing conflicting with what you're saying.
What do you mean you've given an
explanation? There's no point in this whole discussion.
The same thing. You just said exactly what we'd already said. It is the diagonal.
Yes. My fucking God. As I
that
said,
you
no
cannot put a number to value to.
What you mean is you cannot express it exactly as a decimal number, and that's correct.
Yeah, unlike the line.
That's exactly what we said. You cannot do that.
Beth, I never said that there's a conflict between what I'm saying and what you're saying.
Good, so we're in agreement then. You cannot have a number to it, and it is geometrically derived as a diagonal of a square with the value 1, which is assigned by any radius. Right? You can do that geometrically. Yeah.
So
that's good.
What I'm surprised by, can I just figure something out?
You're surprised.
Yeah, I'm surprised that you're acting like there's a conflict between what I'm saying and what you're saying when I stated multiple times explicitly. Can you stop?
You just agreed with us.
Can you stop interrupting me, please?
Well, there's no conflict. I'm just pointing out that there is no conflict because we have just agreed. Don't be saying there is a conflict because there is not.
I never, Beth. Exactly. That's where I'm losing. Where you're losing me, because I stated multiple times explicitly that there is no conflict between what you're saying, what I'm saying, and you go on acting like I implied there is a conflict.
So when did I say that? Well, I've just said that we've just agreed that you do not have a numerical value and you cannot assign a numerical value to it. It is simply geometrically formed. You can have the diagonal of a square with the sides 1. Yeah, we're in complete agreement.
Your actions implied that you saw
What
conflict
actions?
between what I'm saying and what you're saying.
Yeah, I think you're. Do we know each
take
other?
that somewhere else. Yeah.
You seem angry.
You're using bad language. You've interrupted and then complained about being interrupted. He said y'all agreed several times. We all said we were glad we're in agreement, and you just seem to want to continue arguing. Go somewhere else and do that.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry this got perceived that way.
Hey, I would be done my sentence. You cut me off, motherfucker.
Turnip, what's up, man?
Oh, you know, I'm just listening to this guy. Shit. Yeah, I'll say it again. You're spouting shit.
I
Y'all
need to
making
get
any
insulting.
sense? You're not making any sense, mate. You gotta make sense so we can't have a conversation.
Again, we are all in agreement here. If I don't make sense, then Beth also doesn't make sense.
Nope, wrong.
He'd still tried to twist it.
Good for you.
No, that makes sense. You agreed with him. We're all in agreement. We're all making sense.
Yes,
You can't have
exactly.
Thank you.
Then it's not
now,
possible
now
for
what?
me to not make sense.
Okay, as you cut me off, as you complained, but now what? Now what? Now what do you want to talk about? Because we're in agreement on that.
Are we also in agreement that pi is a Euclidean number as well, right? The fact that a circle has the number assigned to it that you call pi, again, another one of the numbers that can't be actually reached. That is a proof for Euclidean, as is a square. Because you do realise that there's no such thing of a square on certain models, right? They don't exist, do they? Or can we be in agreement on that?
Are you still talking to me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because we're trying to agree on things. Since we've agreed that the transcendental or irrational value added to the square root of 2, would you say that there is also a transcendental / irrational value to pi derived a similar way, geometrically, and also Euclidean?
It's not a matter of agreement or disagreement.
Is it not?
No.
Oh, well, what's it a matter of then?
Those are things that can be independently proven, right?
Yeah, through geometry and, I guess, mathematics, right?
Yeah, geometry is a part of mathematics.
Yeah. Well, so you could do it in both then, right? You could do it both numerically and geometrically.
Yes.
Yeah.
So?
But that's a Euclidean geometry proof, right? You can't prove that in not geometry.
If you want to call it that, right?
Can you do it in any other geometry? Like, could you prove the square root of 2 is that value in anything other than Euclidean geometry?
Euclidean geometry is not a well-defined term in the first place.
Sorry, Euclidean geometry is not a well-defined term. Did you just say that?
Mm-hmm.
It's very well defined. Yeah, it's got all of the definitions.
Of course, if you say that.
Are you playing poker?
Why?
It's just a question.
Because he asked you a goddamn question.
Yeah, and I don't see the relevance of the goddamn question. Turn up.
Ooh, don't get angry. You're going tilt. That's one of the worst things.
He sweared at me first. I just sided him.
Mm-hmm. Are you winning? Sounds like you've got a few chips there, at least. You like ruffling them.
Those are just caps off bottles.
It's just ball caps. Big game.
No.
So would you agree then it is a Euclidean proof, right? Both of those, pi and the square root of 2, are derived geometrically through Euclidean geometry, right?
Sure, why not? I mean,
why not? Yeah. So that would be sort of a proof of Euclidean geometry being true, wouldn't it? Because you could also relate that to reality in 3D and say Euclidean geometry makes it into the 3D realm and also proves that pi and the square root of 2 is Euclidean geometrically derived.
Be careful. Be careful, Ben.
Your wording is extremely difficult. Yeah, I mean,
you can't prove Euclidean geometry true, Bev.
Can you not?
Too late.
It's. I would say it's a explosive logic would prove the truth value is maintained throughout, wouldn't it not?
Bev, can I try to explain to Brenda what you seem to mean?
What would you like to try and explain to Brenda what I mean about?
Yeah, because I don't think that you and Brenda fundamentally disagree on the truthfulness of Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, because it's telling you there, Brenda. See, like you're talking shit. He said
that's also like. It's a semantic problem.
Brenda says that you can't derive truth from Euclidean geometry, right, Brenda?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, what did you say then?
I said you can't prove that Euclidean geometry is true.
Would pi not be that? Could pi be another number if it weren't Euclidean geometry?
That doesn't even make sense.
Okay, so pi is the value that it is, a transcendental number, because Euclidean geometry states that the diameter, a straight line, has a relationship to the circumference of every circle. It's the same for every circle, but every circle on a Euclidean plane, right? With that straight line being the shortest distance between those 2 points. It's definitely Euclidean. You're not going to get away from that, Brenda. If it were not Euclidean geometry, pi would have a different numerical value. Would it not? No? No, I guess it must be. Well, we are in agreement then, right?
I don't think
he's right. We're in agreement.
I don't think that what you just said even rises to the level of being wrong.
Okay, so you put higher than wrong, would you? You put wrong at a higher level than truth. A base value of truth, and then you would elevate wrongness above that, would you? Or would you have it that just pi is obviously a Euclidean derived numerical value about the geometric
You know how when
fact.
People ask questions that don't make any sense, they say that it's not even wrong.
I don't know. Try and explain a little bit more then, Brenda, if you possibly can.
It's pretty hard.
Yeah, I know it is. Pretty hard to vocalize.
Can I ask you guys a question, you two? Why do you even talk with each other? Because you obviously interpret the words.
Brenda comes in here, right? Are
you
saying that I should kick Brenda?
You interjected me. So I'm asking because you two obviously interpret the same words that you're using in such different ways that you obviously cannot communicate efficiently with each other. That should be obvious to everybody involved.
Can you not understand what I'm saying then when I say that
I'm actually trying
pi
to
is
understand it.
obviously Euclideanly
interpreting
derived?
it a different way, and then not saying, okay, it doesn't make sense on the face value. In good, if I'm talking with you in good faith, I'm going to try to interpret what you're saying in a way that's sensible to me.
Okay, so pi has a value that's transcendental, right?
You don't need to confirm every little detail. We already agreed.
It's a transcendental number in right. It's a number in analytic geometry in analytic algebra. Pi isn't really related to geometry.
Oh, right. It's not the relationship of the diameter over the circumference over the diameter of a fucking circle.
You can derive pi without referring to geometry at all.
It's the circumference over the diameter, Brenda. Isn't it?
It's an analytic, it's a part of analytic algebra.
Pi, Brenda, is the relationship, the circumference over the diameter. That's what pi is.
It's a
Not
proportion.
necessarily. You can derive pi purely from analysis, from analytic algebra.
Go on then. How?
You don't have
how,
to,
Brenda? How?
From differential equations.
How? Go on. Can you show us those? Can you show us those? Just work us through them, Brenda. Because it must be easy, right? I mean, it's dead easy to write the circumference over the diameter as a proportion thing. That's really easy. Dead easy for people to understand. Now, you're saying you can easily derive it. Did you say easily, Brenda? Or have you dug yourself a fucking hole that you can't get out of? You're going to keep digging? Or you're going to jump out and run away quick before you start getting it too deep?
So Brenda is not prepared for discussion.
No. You've got support as well here, Brenda. That's pi, is it, Brenda?
Actually compute the number.
That's a circular function.
No,
it's periodic. And its period.
That's pi, is it?
It's a proportion between 1 and which is diameter and circumference.
The period of the function f of x equals e to the x. Its period is 2 pi I.
2 pi I. What's I, Brenda?
It's an imaginary number.
An imaginary number?
Yes.
Any idea what that might be?
Like the square root of a -1?
Right.
You know what that is, right?
An imaginary number?
The two numbers which multiplied give you a number -1?
Yeah, imaginary.
Well, they really exist, right?
Yeah, the two numbers that multiply together to make -1.
Yes, x squared equals a -1, right?
I don't know, you're saying right. Go on, give us an idea what x is then.
X squared is the imaginary number I. I squared equals a -1.
Yeah, go on. What sort of number would that look like?
What? It's a complex number. It's imaginary.
Yeah, go on. Like 3.3 or something like that, or
no, it's a plus bi.
Right. Yeah, but
okay. So you said it was a real number.
It's actually it's not real in the mathematicians.
Yeah, this is dead. It's dead easy to explain how pi has the relative value of 3.12, especially if you use imaginary numbers, right, Brenda?
I gave you the function f of x equals e to the x power.
And what's that got to do with pi?
It's a periodic function whose period is 2 pi I. And then we segued into complex numbers.
Yeah, well, what's pi then? How do you get pi from that?
Because it's a periodic function.
Okay, so it's 2 pi I. So what we have to do is we have to find out what I is, right? And then
I told you
times... Oh, wait a minute. You've already got pi in your fucking number, haven't you? You've already got pi in your equation. So how do you derive pi if it's already in your equation?
I said...
Don't answer it once.
The function, the exponential, there's the function.
Yeah, I heard you, Brenda. Yeah.
E to the x power, to the power of x, e to the power of x, which is a periodic function whose period is 2 pi I.
Yeah, and I is an imaginary number, and it's already got pi in it. So you have to times pi by an imaginary number to work out what pi is. Really? In your function?
Begging the question, Salassi.
Have you not got any help here, Brenda? Or are you the expert at this?
I don't understand the problem.
You don't understand. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. Thanks for letting us know, though, Brenda.
I'm still confused on the part where he said it's a real number, but it's imaginary. Okay, so you've just like the straight and the curve, you've already labeled it something. It's already the one thing. So it can't.
It's a different sense.
Brenda, don't interrupt me when I'm talking. You have a straight line. Shut up, Brenda. You have a straight line and a curved line. That curved line cannot be straight because it's already something. You can't have a number be real and imaginary. Pick one.
You're just stuck on definitions.
Oh, come on, Brenda.
I'm stuck on logic.
So in non-Euclidean space, right? A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points.
In non-Euclidean space. Because in Euclidean space, in reality, the shortest distance between 2 points is the short.
How did you decide Euclidean space is reality? You don't know that.
Well, you don't know that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Geometry.
You don't know that.
Geometry is abstract. It's not concrete.
Exactly.
Really?
Yes.
So you don't know that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. You can't say that, can you not?
That's a definition or a postulate or axiom.
It's a fact.
Exactly.
It's not a fact.
Of course it is.
Facts are empirical. We're talking mathematics. Mathematics isn't empirical.
No, you can definitely measure the shortest distance between 2 points. In reality, definitely. That's a reality I will hold to. Do you not think you can do that, Brenda?
Mathematics, including Euclidean geometry, is abstract. It isn't reality.
Reality is reality, Brenda. Now, in reality, a shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Yes, that's true. That's true in non-Euclidean geometry also. That's one of the axioms.
So there's no difference between non-Euclidean geometry and Euclidean geometry then? That's a surprise, Brenda.
There's a big difference, which is in non-Euclidean geometry, you can have a surface with no parallel lines in it at all.
And still with the shortest distance being a straight line.
Yes, because that's one of the axioms. They just change Euclid's fifth postulate.
And you imagine there's a place where the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, yet there would be no parallel lines. How could you not have another straight line that would be parallel to the first straight line?
Because that's how a non-Euclidean geometric surface works.
Those
And
two straight lines would have to be different in order to meet.
We could be living in that reality.
Are you sure?
I said we could be.
We could be. Oh, right.
That reality.
But we're not, because the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and pi is a number that's already been derived.
Euclidean geometry.
What's the non-Euclidean numerical value for pi?
I think it varies.
Well, in reality, pi has a number. That's Euclidean, isn't it? Isn't it?
Does it really have it? It's a transcendental number.
Yeah. So it doesn't vary then, does it, Brenda? Like you've just stated, in your imagination, in imaginary land of Brenda, the non-Euclidean value of pi varies. But in reality, the value of pi does not vary at all. Never.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You're just talking from a Euclidean perspective.
You don't know that the value of pi is transcendental. Do you not know that?
Of course it is.
Well, there you go then. It doesn't vary, does it? You can't be a diletheism with the value of pi, Brenda. It just doesn't work. I'm going to make a brew. Anybody else want to have a word with Brenda?
Yeah, Brenda, are we still shit people?
Yeah, probably some of the worst.
Oh my goodness. We're just a bunch of shit people here.
Have you worked out what complex numbers are yet?
Have we worked out you are. Sorry, Ricky, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Do you know what number times itself gives you a negative one?
On geometry, you can take a wheel.
Can't hear you at all, dude.
You can take a wheel.
Can't hear you, dude. Can't hear you.
Well, you especially can't hear him when you're talking. I can hear you.
So you have to amplify my voice.
Brenda, I'm going to kick you if you do that again.
You're out of here. Go ahead, buddy.
You can take a wheel from a bike or bicycle. You can take a cord, and you can establish diameter, and you can put this cord on the wheel and measure that this will be 3 times and 0.14 length of this cord. So you can check it. You can measure it in real life. This geometric proportion. So Brenda is just.
I couldn't hear a thing that he said.
Basically, he's telling you that you're a fucking lying sack of shit.
Well, prove it.
You don't have to prove it, Brenda. You talk and prove it for us.
No, you not being able.
Brenda, basically, he said you can prove it, definitely, and then you told him to prove it. You can prove pi being that number. Obviously. You can't state that mathematics would be wrong and the great Brenda, the diletheism, is allowed to just sort of trickle in, and for you to imagine that pi may have a variable number when, I don't know, how many people would you get to agree with you?
None.
How many people, Brenda, have you ever heard imagine that to say that pi might have a different number than what has been assigned to it? That transcendental, that your shadow giant can't. said. It was him that gave it that transcendental, wasn't it?
Why are you quiet?
Crying.
That's what I mean, Brenda. You don't even have to say anything to prove us our points. You can sit there and be quiet. By you not answering very simple questions, you're just showing the level of stupidity that you actually
It's an
have.
argument from silence, by
But
the
you
way.
can't go ahead. What was that, buddy?
It's an argument from silence.
It's an argument from silence.
Yep.
That's
How
one
the
of the
fuck do you
best
argue?
arguments that Brenda's ever had. I love it. She should do that more often.
No. What Turnup just said is an argument from silence. The fact that someone is not responding to something does not mean that they are inherently wrong.
That wasn't an
Or that they
argument
know
from
something.
silence. Are you sure you know what you're talking about? Turnup was the
Yes,
one
it's
that
a
was
fallacy. Look
speaking.
it up. It's defined. It's a well-defined term. Look it up.
It's defined. You're into definitions
Yeah.
now.
Look it up.
No, I'm using language that's that's known in certain contexts.
You're babbling on about
use
nothing
Apply
again.
them appropriately. Something you do not always do, Bev.
Yeah.
You know,
Does this
is
sound like
Euclid,
Chike?
right?
Is this Chike? Is that you, Chike?
Chike with
No.
a voice changer.
No. Who else is the other one? Science it out.
No, it's Pickle Rick.
Oh, is that who it is?
Oh.
Oh, he's a genius. He'll definitely back up Brenda with the variable pi in non-Euclidean geometry, right? Because that proves non-Euclidean geometry, doesn't it?
Firstly, I don't have any clue about it.
You don't have any clue about non-Euclidean geometry
Secondly,
or
I've
pi.
not been listening intently. I've actually been playing Euclidean.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's good,
Be
isn't it?
careful. Be careful.
You're okay, so let me get this fucking straight. You're sitting here arguing with us, and you're fucking playing a game that's literally the foundation of what we fucking talk about?
I'm not arguing with you. Where
No.
did you get that idea from?
Are you arguing with Brenda then? Have you got a case to put up against Brenda with a variable pi in non-Euclidean geometry? I think that's fantastic. I'm going to keep using
I'm not
that.
familiar with that.
No, you're not familiar with it. I'm not. I doubt it. Many people would be. Are you familiar with diletheism?
No, that term also is not.
Okay. So do you think there is a chance that pi could have the numerical value 3.142 blah 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 and also a variable number in another geometry or other geometries, because it must go higher and lower? And do you actually, that's a good one, do you think there's a possibility of it going both ways, pi as a number?
Again,
Ding, 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 ding,
why
ding,
would you
ding.
think my turn up? Can you please not? Thanks. I already gave an answer to the question, right? Which is that I don't know. I have not read up on it.
Okay.
Why would you think that my answer would change within a couple of seconds?
Okay, well, I'll give you one right now, just for a little quick one, because everybody can have a think about this. If pi has a value of, I say it's derived from the circumference over the diameter. Now, do you think there would be a way that you could get it to be both larger and smaller than 3.142?
How do you define larger and smaller?
Like one bigger and one
How do you define the
smaller.
size of a
Like
coffee?
one with a number that's larger than 3.14, like 3.13 or 3.1.
That doesn't answer my
9.
question, Beth. You need that's circular. That's
4.
a circular definition. I
The
need
pi
the
is
definition
circular.
of
Yeah, it's
larger.
about a circle.
Beth, can you please let me explain my problem?
You've got a problem. Yeah, go on. But go ahead.
Again,
tell us all your problems.
Beth,
lie down on the couch.
Beth, can
off you go. Tell us your problems.
Adrej.
Oh,
okay.
There you go. That's changed.
Brenda.
There you go. Here's the problems. There's your problem.
I just got him to stop interrupting me. Thanks. So, I just asked you a question, Beth.
Did you just shush Brenda? He shushed you, Brenda. Shush, Brenda.
Are you finished, Beth? I would like to explain myself to you. Because I asked you a question and you gave me a response that did not answer my question, which implies to me that you didn't quite understand why
I was admiring your shushing of Brenda. You did very well. Must be a.
It doesn't matter if you admire why you continued to talk over me and instead of listening to me when I'm trying to explain why your answer to my question didn't resolve the issue I'm having.
Yeah, Bev. What do you got?
Didn't really
be so obtuse.
That bigger and smaller number was a real.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
How do you define if a number is smaller or bigger?
Numerical value.
Yeah. Yeah, surely you know. Have you seen it's like on a scale.
Value?
Go look it up. Isn't that what you said? Just go look it up.
How do you assign that numerical value?
It's like a line being shorter or longer than the standard, right? You set what a value.
Absolute, it's basically it's the distance to 0 if you were to represent the number as a.
Are you getting confused? You sound like you. Sound like you're getting very confused. I mean, it does. Like, I mean, you're trying to work out how a number could be bigger, larger, or smaller than a number, right? We set a number as a standard, let's say pi, a transcendental number that's set and fixed throughout all of mathematics, and then we try and imagine whether we could make it both smaller and larger, like Brenda said, variable, changing. Could you have something that's fixed and standard and called a transcendental, and then also have it varying? And do you think it's even possible to have it varying both ways of that transcendental number? That's the question. Which it boils down to the fact that, do you think you can have a line that is shorter than a straight line? That's the place where Brenda's placed you, if you want to go along with non-Euclidean geometry. Because that's where Brenda's going. That's where Brenda's been for quite a while.
In non-Euclidean space, the shortest distance between 2 points will be curved.
So only longer then, right?
Again, in non-Euclidean, actually, and also in spherical geometry or parabolic geometry, the shortest distance between 2 points will be curved.
Always be longer than a straight line distance.
That's just what a straight line is the shortest distance.
Between 2 points.
There's no shorter distance.
That's why your geometry never makes it into 3D, isn't it? That's why you're a 2D earther. Are you come for a save? That was Brenda was going then, or are you coming back in? Are you overriding Brenda? Shush, Brenda.
Yeah, shush, Brenda.
You guys are horrible.
Yes, they are. They're not interested in learning anything. They're interested in.
Shush, Brenda. That other guy was talking.
Yeah, no, I wasn't, Beth.
Yeah, they're only interested in drama, and they're sad little creatures, and this is their passive-aggressive way of getting back at all the bullies that beat them up when they were little.
Oh,
that's
okay.
projection. That's pure projection. Your Honor, Your Honor, he's projecting onto the
You
witnesses.
certainly got a reaction there.
Holy cow.
All right, as far as I can see, pi is not a variable number.
Okay, see, there you go, Brenda. Not variable.
But it's also not necessarily defined by the ratio of a circle to its radius.
Of course it is. Don't be silly.
Radius.
Yes, that's definitely pi. It's the circumference over the diameter.
That's just another fact, Beth. That
yeah, but it always ends up as being a transcendental number,
no,
right? So
it doesn't.
It doesn't always end up as being transcendental.
Oh yeah, it always ends up to be the same numerical value.
Yeah.
Yes, but
Good.
it's not necessarily defined as.
I'm glad me and you agree that Brenda, when Brenda was saying that it was variable. I mean, that's
again, I wasn't
obviously
listening to that conversation,
yeah.
but I highly
tell him, Brenda. Oh,
that
Brenda's
there is
gone.
some misunderstanding between what Brenda was saying and what you were hearing.
No, Brenda was saying that in non-Euclidean geometry, it's variable.
I didn't hear them say that. I don't know. I didn't listen.
He did say that. Yeah.
So you're saying?
So yeah, okay. So we're definitely going to disprove. We're definitely disproving non-Euclidean geometry, then, right?
Beth, the reason why I'm not necessarily trusting you about what other people are saying is.
Don't worry about what other people are saying. We're just saying that pi is a transcendental. Yeah, but pi is a transcendental number and definitely not changing. You've agreed with us.
My reason to doubt your claims about what other people are saying is because I've been saying
nobody
to you
cares,
in
dude.
past conversation, and you directly
past conversation. So we have had a past conversation. You're holding past conversations when you come in here again. When was this other past conversation being talking about? When was it?
Couple of months, or maybe
a couple of months ago. Wow, you're holding on to conversations from a year ago.
No.
And bringing them up in the mid-conversation here when we're talking about pi being a transcendental.
I'm just saying that is my reason to doubt when you claim what other people were saying, and I didn't personally hear it. It's just I think that's reasonable enough, you know. It's just like, you know, when you hear someone lying.
Are we still talking about this?
Yeah, he still keeps lying.
Be a lie or not? No, that's just the basic logic of what I'm doing here.
Okay.
What are you, dude?
He's talking about Brenda lying.
No, I'm talking about you lying about what other people are saying.
Okay. Well, I was saying that Kant called pi transcendental because it's obviously a number that cannot be reached. It's like a magical, ethereal number, isn't it? You'll never get there. So let's call it transcendental. Brenda said, now, I mean, don't quote me on this, but Brenda said in non-Euclidean geometry, it's different. It has to be, right? You can understand that because pi is derived in Euclidean. So in non-Euclidean, it has to be different, but it isn't. So that goes to show and prove that pi is derived geometrically through Euclidean geometry. You would agree with that, right? Or do you not know that much about geometry? Or non-Euclidean geometry, like you said earlier?
Like I told you already, pi is not necessarily defined as the ratio of a circumference to radius of a circle. So
it's not the circumference to the radius, so definitely not.
No.
So that would be a false statement.
No, wait a second. You're committing the fallacy of like A implies B does not mean that B implies A, okay?
No, you just said the circumference to the radius, right? And I just pointed out that it's not the radius, is it? It's the diameter, the circumference over the diameter.
Okay.
Just in case anybody was listening, they might have heard. Yeah. So it's definitely not the
change
radius. Doesn't what point? The
Yeah,
point that
okay.
you were wrong.
It doesn't change the point, Beth.
Yeah, me pointing out to you that it's not the circumference over the radius is the point that you were wrong, right? You just pointing out to everybody. That was the point of me pointing it out, that it's not what you were saying. Are you struggling for something to say now, are you?
Sure. Whatever you say.
Uh-huh.
It's hanging on.
Yeah. It's a tough one, isn't it? When people drop you in it, are you here for support for Brenda? And now Brenda's left you all high and dry, leaving to cover for the... I don't know. Stuff that you don't even know about. I mean, I bet you don't know anything about non-Euclidean geometry, do you? How good are you at making up geometries? Are you any good? Have you ever made up a geometry yourself?
No, did you?
Yeah. Got Imaginometry.
Okay, which one?
Imaginometry.
Imaginometry, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any sources on it? Did you publish anything?
Yeah.
You know, did you formalize it to a degree that other people can study it?
Yeah.
I would love to do that.
It's got definitions. It's got...
Definitions.
Yeah. Definitions, axioms.
Where can we... I asked you, where can we read up on it?
On the level.live/Imaginometry. It was freshly made up. It was probably to help you guys, I think.
Oh, you don't even know why it was made, because you made it interesting.
Yeah, I made it because of the conversations that we'd had. And I figured you guys were going to need something because Euclidean geometry wasn't helping you. And you needed something for you to be able to go to.
To write it down, you made a video about it.
No.
Interesting.
It's on a website. On the level.live/Imaginometry.
The first thing I see when I go on that website is a video.
I'll say it again. On the level.live/Imaginometry.
Website, and the first thing on that website is a video.
On the website or that page. /
Exactly, yes.
Imaginometry.
On the website of that page. The first thing you see when you open it is a video.
Yeah.
Did you forget that? You made it, right? My fucking god.
You're fucking up. Yeah, it sounds like it.
What?
So have you seen Imaginometry yet? Have you looked at that?
I'm looking it up right now.
Okay. So do a / Imaginometry and you'll go to the Imaginometry page. Don't worry about it.
I found it, okay?
Nice.
How often do I need to tell you? I found it. Okay?
Good.
I found it, Beth.
Good.
I found it.
Good.
I found it.
You
Good.
found Imaginometry.
I found
Look
it.
how
Imagine,
ecstatic he is. Listen to him. Listen to him. He's happy. He's found Imaginometry.
Yeah, I found a web page that you were telling me about.
Mhm.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
The first time you told
You sound so
me.
excited.
You didn't need to tell me all the other times. Imagine that.
Do you want to do a dance for it as well? I can imagine you standing up and doing a dance.
No, you can't dance alone, Beth. I'm not swinging that way. Sorry.
You sound like you're imagining shit already. I like this.
No, that's all.
Thanks for coming in, geometry. So, have you got any geometry that you can offer us? Pardon?
That's not useful in any mathematical sense. So
What isn't? What isn't?
Your imaginometry is not useful in any sense. So.
Not useful to you?
No, it's not useful objectively.
Okay. Is it
It's
more
not useful in a mathematical sense.
Is it more or less useful to you than Euclidean geometry?
It's not a personal matter, Beth. It's not useful in a mathematical sense objectively.
So is it more or less useful than Euclidean geometry?
By far less useful because it's not useful. And Euclidean geometry is useful.
Yeah, Euclidean geometry proves pi and all of that. It's not for people that have an understanding of Euclidean geometry. You don't know what a proof is. What do you mean? You don't know what proofs is? How can you be coming in here expecting to have a conversation if you don't even know what proofs are?
Okay. I do understand what proofs are.
Oh, good.
Like
I'm glad
but
that.
Pi is not a statement. Pi is a number that is defined.
Yeah, but it can be proved.
Over multiple ways.
Can be proved to have that numerical value. It can be proved within Euclidean geometry to have that numerical value. Can't it? I mean, proofs exist within geometry.
Yeah, okay, pi having a certain numerical numerical number being close to pi can be proven. Yes, that is something that makes sense. But pi in itself being proved is not a sensible statement because pi itself is just a number, not a statement.
But it can be proved. Like 2 plus 2
pi
is
having
4.
a certain numerical value can be proven.
Good.
Pi having
How do you prove it?
Is Beth.
How would you prove it?
Beth, the
Yeah.
difference between what you
How would you
Can
prove
I
it?
just finish my sentence, please? Thank you.
Go on, how would you prove it?
Pi has that and that numerical value. It's a statement. So that can be proven. Pi can be proved. It's not a sensible
can be
statement
proved.
because pi is a number in itself, not a statement. That's the difference.
I'm glad you think it can be proved. It was within Euclidean geometry. Do you think you can get it proved in non-Euclidean geometry? That's why we started with Brenda earlier. Do you think you can prove pi in non-Euclidean geometry? Do you think that? Within your understanding of geometry, proof.
Again, proving pi is not a sensible term because pi is a number, not a statement. You can prove statements wrong or true or false or true. Pi having a certain numerical value, that's a statement, and that you can prove. And yes, you can prove it without geometry or outside of geometry. It's not inherently connected with the ratio of a circumference of a circle to the diameter of it anymore. That's where the idea comes from. That's where the value comes from.
Yeah, and
But
it can
it's
be
not
proved
defined
that.
in yeah, it can be, but it also can be proven without that the value of it. So I know, but the problem
It can be, because it's a truthful thing, it can be proved in multiple ways. Is that what you're saying? Because it can be proved in Euclidean geometry, there are multiple ways that you can prove it to be true within Euclidean geometry.
That's not. I don't think that the fact that the value of it can be determined with geometry implies that it can be proven in our ways.
You don't think it can be proved in other ways, or not?
No, that's not true. That's not what I was saying.
Okay.
You have a really severe listening problem.
I'm trying
For
hard to
someone that talks
understand what
about
the
logic
fuck you're
as much
saying.
as you do.
We know you can definitely prove Euclidean geometry in you can prove pi within Euclidean geometry. The question I'm asking you, is how or can you prove the value of pi, the numerical value of pi in non-Euclidean geometry? Do you have a non-Euclidean geometry value of proof?
Value of proof. That's also not a sensible term.
It's not sensible, but can you try to answer the question? Do you have a proof of pi?
I did already answer the question, Beth.
By obfuscating.
Can be proven without geometry in an entirely analytical way. Entirely outside of Euclidean or non-Euclidean geometry.
The value of pi can be derived non-geometry, right?
Yeah. So
how? Sorry, it's the first time I've ever heard this. How would you prove it? You did just state that it could be done. How, please?
Correct. By the period of the function e to the power of x, which is defined as the function that is equal to its derivative.
And what's e?
E is the Euclidean number.
E is a Euclidean number. Yeah? So you're starting off with a number. Would that be similar to the diameter? That number?
No, it's not the diameter of anything.
It's just a random number.
It's not a random number.
It's an exact number then. What number would E be?
I'm just looking it up how it's defined.
Oh right. So is that the number that Brenda gave you? I just
know
then?
The rough value of it. I don't know.
Is it roughly 3 point?
No, the Euclidean number is 2.1.
Who have you got on the support team that's sending you this number? E. So we've got a function.
Why
we've
do you
got
assume
E.
I need one? 2.71.
2.71.
Yeah, the Euler number. It's the Euler number, not
right. And then what do we do with E?
It's a function e to the power of x.
Right. So what's x then?
Function is 2 pi I. So pi can be defined over that.
So E is a number that's 2.7, right? And then you said you times that to the power of x, right?
The Euler number is constant.
Is that the x?
It's the sum over from 0 to infinity of 1 over the power, the factorial of the number.
And the number is 2.7 and 2, did you say?
Yes. That number approaches 2.72.
It approaches
718 and so on.
Okay. And then you have to times that by x.
No, to the power of x.
Okay. Yeah. So where did that number come from? 2.7.
Again, it's the limus or it's the numerical value that the mathematical operation of sum of n equals 0 up to infinity of 1 over the factorial of n.
Right, so n could be anywhere from 0 to infinity.
No.
And then it's 1 over that to the power of. And that comes out at 2.72.
No. Well, okay, the factorial of...
That you remember, this is how you are proving pi. Right? Non-geometrically.
Correct.
So you get a number.
Not me personally. That's just how pi is defined.
How pi is defined? Really? How is pi defined?
Yeah.
Go on.
Oh my fucking god! I just told you 3 times.
Go on. Give us your best. If you were to give it now to a lecture, and you were to say to university students, "This is how pi is defined." Give us your best.
I'm not prepared to hold a lecture.
Just start it with pi is now defined as, and then give us your best.
Again, I'm not prepared to hold a lecture on it.
Is that because you can't?
It's
pretty obvious that you're talking shite.
Of a lecture, then I have to have some preparation for it.
Yeah,
you have to
obviously.
Be fair to the conditions
you are talking shite, and you've just been called. Obviously.
But what about what I've been saying is wrong?
Well, pi is the circumference over the diameter, quite obviously. And that's how pi is derived. You've come up with a formula that Brenda's given you that you know fuck all about.
I've looked it up on my own, Beth. Imagine that.
Right.
No contact
is that the new definition of pi now?
I've never had contact with Brenda outside of group chats like this.
So what did you put in your search when you looked it up to find this new formula for pi? Did you put in how is pi derived? Or I might have a go at doing that myself.
Definition of pi.
The definition of pi. Did you really? Do you think we can all have a go at doing that? A definition of pi. The 16th letter in the Greek alphabet. The symbol pi denoting the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter. The ratio itself is a transcendental number having a value rounded to 8 decimal places of 3.1415925. Yeah, I don't know what was yours. And even Wikipedia doesn't seem to mention it. Where did you find yours? Are you sure you did that?
Yeah, I'm sure I did that.
Okay, so give us an exact one then. A circle's ratio will always equal. It keeps saying about the circle to the circumference of any circle to the diameter of that circle, regardless of the circle's size. This ratio will always equal pi.
Carl Weierstrass defined pi as the integral from -1 to 1.
Who, your mate Carl?
Carl Weierstrass.
Just that dude. Is that the new definition?
No. That's one of them.
One of the new definitions. Should I put the new
define pi is this?
The new
but
definition.
They wanted to have a definition that does not involve the integral because integration is.
Do you know what? Keeps giving me the same shit. It doesn't give me anything new.
Then when you use pi, so you'd wanna have a definition that you don't need to use an operation that you don't.
Can you just post it for us? Your definition of pi.
I do not have a personal one.
No, well, give us the one that you've just been working from there, so we can all have a look at it. I can't find anything about that. It just keeps saying about the circumference and the diameter.
For example, you can.
I've even put the new definition of pi in the search as well. It didn't bring it up.
You can find it here as well. Wait a second. Or here you have the definition of pi in Wikipedia,
The
for
ratio of
example.
it's a rational number. Mm-hmm. That
I'm
does
not
say
sure
that
what
it's
the
a constant, the
problem is
ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter. Not where's that bit that you were on about? That with that thing that
An
Brenda
integer
gave
such
you.
as this was adopted as the definition of pi by Carl Weierstrass, who defined it directly as an integral of in 1841. Integration is no longer commonly used in the first analytical definition.
Did they have
because,
imaginary
as
numbers in
Remmer
1841? Are you sure?
As Remmer 2012 explained, differential calculus typically precedes integral calculus in the university curriculum, so it's desirable to have a definition of pi that does not rely on the latter. One such definition, due to Richard Bartz and popularized by Edmund Lander, is allowing pi is twice the smallest positive number at which the cosine function equals 0.
Yeah, the cosine, you know how you get that, don't you?
At which the sine function equals 0.
Mm-hmm.
And the difference between
you know what the cosine and the sine is and where they come from, don't you?
Sine function and cosine and sine can be defined independently of the geometry as power series.
Yeah.
I don't know what the issue is.
So in 1841, did they have that Euler function? Did they? Did they have the Euler in 1841?
In 1841, he defined it as an integral from -1 to 1 of 1 over the power of 1 minus x squared.
Who did? This guy. This is how he defined pi.
That's
where.
Yeah.
Go on. Where's that? Have you showed us that yet?
The bit that says it's the ratio of the circumference to the diameter. Right after it, like it's the next formula that you see.
It says the number pi appears in many formulas across mathematics and physics. It is an irrational number, meaning that it cannot be expressed exactly as a ratio of two integers.
In Wikipedia, it shows the formula pi equals circumference over diameter, right?
Yep.
And the next
that's what everybody knows. Pi
and the next formula that you see after that is the definition by Carl Weierstrass. And the sentence after the next formula you see
the definition.
Yeah. What's your problem, dude?
You think the circumference over the diameter is a definition? Do you? I wouldn't say the circumference over the diameter is a definition. That sounds like a mathematical sort of equation, doesn't it? Doesn't sound like a definition to me. Is that what you're trying to do?
Defined as the ratio of a circle's circumference c to its diameter d.
Mm-hmm.
Pi equals c over d.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a definition.
Oh, okay.
Or a constant.
But you want a new definition. You're the one that said there's a new definition.
You want to assign it to something, to a value. If you want to assign a value to it, you need to define what the constant means. And that's the definition. Right? You can express the definitions in equations, right? But it still means like the same thing. Definition still means that you have to like assign it somehow.
Yeah, I'm glad
not
though.
Sure what the problem is there?
I'm glad we've come down to realise that pi, derived by that number, transcendental number, is definitely Euclidean. There's no way it can't be.
No, pi
Euclidean.
is a number. It's not inherently Euclidean or non-Euclidean.
It is like definitely numbers, Euclidean.
Numbers exist outside of. They exist to describe or to help describe geometry or.
But that number for pi,
they're not inherently like they're not exclusively
that number for
part
pi is definitely Euclidean.
Numbers are not exclusively part of.
Listen to me. Listen to me. You keep going on about the numbers. Listen to me. Listen to me, please.
Yeah, pi is a number.
That number is derived through Euclidean geometry.
That's one way of deriving it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and another way would be over an integral, for example.
Yes, but the case of what we're saying is that if it were not Euclidean geometry, the number would be different. Because non-Euclidean geometry is, as the name states, not Euclidean. So you can't be cannot be a diletheist and have something that is Euclidean having exactly the same number as something that is not Euclidean. That's a contradictory statement. It's just Euclidean. You would effectively be saying non-Euclidean is the same as Euclidean, which would be ridiculous for somebody to say something like that, wouldn't it?
What the fuck?
You would need to be a diletheist in order to be able to say something like that.
What you're saying is not even sensible anymore.
I know it wouldn't make any sense to you because you probably have a massive paralogism that you're never going to be able to see any of this. It's been expressed tonight, obviously. Most people can see it.
Okay, Beth, if you do not know anything about Euclidean geometry, let's just say there's a person
like you
that knows everything about maths, but knows nothing about everything else about maths, but knows nothing about geometry. Okay, no non-Euclidean geometry, no Euclidean geometry, right? You follow so far?
Well, not really, but I mean, we are in imaginary land. You're supposing that there's somebody who knows everything about maths.
But Beth, I'm not saying that there actually is someone like that, okay?
Yeah, because they couldn't be, could they? Because they wouldn't be able to know what a square is or a triangle.
Irrelevant.
It is. It's very relevant.
Yes.
You just I know you don't want to be dealing
question.
with it. Yeah.
I asked you a simple yes or no question, and you did not give a yes or no answer. It's a fact.
No, you started with suppose. How can a suppose be a yes or no?
You did not give a yes or no answer.
No, you're not very good at this, Rick. You're getting bad, in fact. State your question again.
Okay. Did you follow me so far? I was like setting up a situation in order to make a point more clearly.
Okay, ask your question again.
The abstract situation was that there's a person that knows every bit of math except for any non-Euclidean or Euclidean geometry. Can you imagine that?
No.
Silence.
No.
No. Okay.
No, I can't imagine that there will be somebody who knows everything about maths but nothing about geometry. That sounds fucking ridiculous.
It doesn't matter.
I can't even imagine it. It sounds that fucking
Beth,
stupid.
Beth, wait a second. Can I ask you another question? How can you judge if this sounds ridiculous or not if you have no clue whatsoever what to imagine? I'm not hearing you. Still not hearing you.
Yeah, I'm making a brew, but I'll only answer when you can ask something that makes fucking sense.
Okay. What about my question did not make sense to you?
Nothing made sense.
Okay. So Beth just said that the abstract situation I set up with a person that knew everything about maths, but nothing about any kind of geometry, sounds ridiculous.
That's impossible. Yeah, it does.
If it's possible or not is irrelevant.
Well, then why ask it? So the whole point of it is irrelevant.
Because I want to make a point with it, and I want to.
But your point is stupid. Then.
Okay.
Why would it be stupid? Because your premise is stupid.
How is it stupid?
Rick, why are you running away to the abstract?
I'm not running away to abstract.
Yes,
but
you are.
sometimes
You're
making
asking
something abstract makes certain aspects more clear.
You are
That's
asking.
why we have numbers in the first place, by the way. Numbers are abstract concepts that we assign to reality.
You are asking for an imagined situation to explain something that can be proven as an actual reality. Why are you running away to
I'm not
imagination
running away.
land?
I'm just trying to isolate a certain aspect that you keep conflating,
which involves
and keep throwing
imagination.
Together with everything else, and that's why, I need to make an abstraction to make it more clear, to disallow this conflation.
You keep imagining, Rick. We don't do imagination.
No, you don't.
So if all you've got left is all you've got left is your imagination.
No.
Take it somewhere else.
It's not that all I've got left. I'm just trying to point out one
you are
specific
only
aspect
wasting
that hasn't been accepted yet. And just because I want to
No, this is what he does. He just keeps talking about stuff. He's got like a big script that he never stops talking. He just keeps going. He might do that rumpus thing where he turns everyone down.
Why does he need to imagine? Can you bring it down to reality?
Again, no need. It's just helping in that case.
Forget it then.
I would
no need. You just said it.
If you're
no
curious
need.
about why I would do that, I would finish my point.
No need, you said.
To first be on a global basis that we all know what I'm talking about.
So bring your example within reality.
Okay, within reality, you can define pi without the need of any kind of geometry. The number of pi is still defined even if you do not have access to any kind of geometry, or even if you do not involve any kind of geometry.
Really?
Well, actually, he's just changed the words there, because he's saying it can be defined, not proven. Defined.
Well,
He's changed it now.
What do you mean with the proof that? And when you define pi, when you have a definition of pi, you can also prove that a certain numerical value approaches that definition. Obviously. Yeah, you can also do that.
So you telling us you don't know the definition of proof, because proof and a definition aren't the same things. Are they?
I'm not saying that they are the same thing.
You don't, in fact, I bet you don't even know what proof is. Do you hold any proofs? Would you have an inkling of how to prove?
Proofs are not often not tangible objects, so I cannot hold them in a literal sense.
Babe, can pi be defined without any geometry? Really?
Yes.
Yeah, you can just define it as 3.142 as a transcendental number. I mean, that'll do.
No, that's not.
That's how you could easily do that. I could do that.
Beth, that's not an accurate definition of pi by definition, because pi is an irrational number. We all agreed on that, and therefore, if you define it as a numerical,
it's a number
value,
of what? Define it.
If you define it as a numerical value, as a decimal. As a
numeric value of what?
Then it's not going to be accurate, okay, Beth? So that's not an accurate definition. What I'm saying is that you can accurately define pi.
You could do it to 8 decimal places. You could define it, yeah.
But without geometry. Go ahead, do it.
I always said multiple times, just joined, right? So you can define it as the integral from -1 to 1 of the function 1 over square root of 1 minus x to the power of 2.
Right, now let's see the proof of that derivation.
What do you mean the proof of that derivation?
See the proof. How'd you get there?
What do you mean with the proof?
Do you not know what proof is?
It
doesn't sound. No, it's not a definition. It's not a definition.
Pi, yes, you need to assign. You need to define.
No,
pi
it's
in
pretty
order to
obvious. You don't
prove
know
that
what a
certain
proof is.
Number has the value. of
Imagine
pi.
coming in here thinking that you can define a proof through a definition. Well, I'm asking you.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, Rick, listen. Listen. Then you'll be able to say the right things.
I'm not allowing you to do
What
that.
is the proof that you have for pi not being geometrical? Give us the proof, non-geometric proof.
It can be defined without involving geometry.
That's not a proof.
That pi. No, that's a proof. That's proving that pi is not necessarily defined with geometry.
No.
Yes.
No. That's not what a proof is, and I feel sorry for you. Is there anybody else? Do you imagine that on your side?
Bev, can you help me out? What is a proof then?
A proof? What is a proof? It's a good question.
Please. Yeah. Thanks. Can you answer it, please?
Mm-hmm. I'm just eating a crisp. Proof must be presentable, well defined, explainable to your peers, basically demonstrable, testable, repeatable, verifiable, and unfalsifiable.
Unfalsifiable, are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Proof must be unfalsifiable. So when you say something and say like that's proof of that, there's no way of showing that there's anything wrong.
You said when you do that, are you talking about? Are you talking about when I say things like that, or when you say things like that?
It doesn't matter if I say or you say.
Well, you won't say anything about proof because you don't have any, do you?
Yeah, like when you say parallels will not cross each other.
That also doesn't
ever.
make sense, Beth.
It's unfalsifiable.
So you do have proofs then, Rick?
Sure, why not?
Okay, so give us one of your best proofs.
Proof that pi can be defined without involving geometry is the fact that pi is defined without with functions via functions that do not involve geometry. And this can be demonstrable, testable, verifiable, and it is actually falsifiable. I think you need that proof needs to be falsifiable, not unfalsifiable, because if it's unfalsifiable, then there is no way to test it.
You mean proof needs to be falsifiable?
Yes, it needs to. There needs to be the possibility of showing that it's wrong. And
it won't be a proof then, will it, you muppet?
Attempting to do so has to return an negative.
How can it be a proof if you can show it to be false? What
No.
are you talking about?
Beth, wait a second. If something is falsifiable, it doesn't mean that is all that the attempt to falsify it also comes true and it is false. Okay? Something being falsifiable just means that there is a way to test it and to test if the logic of something checks out and remains true or not.
Now, if you can falsify it, then it's not true,
then
right?
It is falsified, but in order to make something testable, it needs to be falsified.
In order for it to be a proof, it cannot be falsified, can it?
Can you show where you got that definition from?
That's my definition. I have my own definitions of things.
It's just your imaginometry then. Okay, good, fair enough.
So what's your definition of proof then?
I do not have a personal one. I stick to the ones that are common in language, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I want to communicate
with
people and not just tell them what
I'm not telling anybody.
Without any consequence.
What's your definition of proof then?
Again, I do not have a personal one.
So which one do you use then whenever somebody asks you about proof?
Okay, maybe the one from Cambridge dictionary seems sufficient to me. A fact or piece of information that shows that something exists or is true.
There you have it.
True.
Or
Something,
a proof
something that is true.
Can it be?
Listen.
Can it be false then
No,
at the same
not
time?
something that is true. Something that is true is a fact, not a proof.
What?
You're going against the definition that you've just given us.
No, I
No.
just said that the definition of proof is a piece of information that shows that something exists or is true. That shows something exists or is true. Not something that exists or is true. Okay?
That's
That
why I
shows
said it has
is
to be
different than
presentable,
that is.
demonstratable, testable, repeatable.
Yes. But unfalsifiable contradicts those.
Verifiable,
Unfalsifiable.
verifiable, and
Yes. Verifiable means
unfalsifiable.
that it's falsifiable.
Well, it's unfalsifiable means that it is a proof.
No. Unfalsifiable means
yeah.
that there's literally no way to determine if it's true or not.
To you?
That's
To
what
you?
unfalsifiable means.
To you.
No, not to me. In language, as the words are defined, and we are using them currently, like as a society. That's what unfalsifiable means.
Okay.
Like, of course, language has an
As I know, it's nice of you to give your opinions of these things.
Little by little, but currently, unfalsifiable is associated with a meaning that has like a large intersection between all the people. It's documented in dictionaries, and that meaning is that when something is unfalsifiable, you cannot determine if it's true or
Okay, so then you say,
objective.
in order for a proof to be a proof, for you, it must be falsifiable.
Not for me. Not for me. According to the definition of proof.
So you're speaking for a lot of people then, right?
I'm not speaking for them people.
You're speaking for a dictionary then.
I'm just adhering to how the words are defined or what meaning is assigned to the words according to the common definitions that are documented in dictionaries.
Okay, so when
I'm not sure what the
when
problem
I
is here.
say a proof must be unfalsifiable, you say no. A proof, I say, and the rest of everybody else, because this is the definition that we're going for, a proof must be falsifiable. For you and everybody else, obviously, that goes with the definition that you're talking about. In order for something to be a proof, it must be falsifiable. Okay? That's for you. Because we are doing a study on proof.
Not for me.
Not for you then.
According
All
to
right,
the
you.
definitions according to the definition of proof.
Okay. I don't have that.
It doesn't matter if you have that or if you don't.
If it can be falsified, then I would say that's a proof. For me, personally.
Okay. Falsifiability.
But thanks for your
is a standard of evaluation of a scientific theory and hypotheses that.
See, that's science. Dude, there's no proof in science. Dude, stop talking, dude. There's no proof in science, right? Or now are you putting proof in science? Are you putting proof in science?
Show if something is true.
Are you saying there is proof in science? Because I'd agree with you. It's just that there's a lot of people that say there's no such thing as proof in science. But are you now saying there are proofs in science? Because that's good. Because now we will have proofs to be able to talk about.
Can you again, when I asked you to define proof, you just listed properties that proofs have, but you did not necessarily, you did not.
What are you trying to get out of this, dickhead? Go on. Sorry.
No, I'm just
silent.
I just want to make sure that we.
Please, shush. Let somebody else talk, will you? Go ahead. Silent.
Just asked me a question and then told me that I should let someone else talk.
Yeah. Please let Silent talk. Go.
Just a quick question: Can a true be false?
In the paradox, no. In logic, not.
All right, that's it.
Okay, good.
What about if you inject a diletheism in one of your axioms?
My axiom?
Yeah.
No, it's not one of my axioms. I do not even know about diletheism. I think I read up on it, like I looked it up quickly once, but I forgot what it was. So.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a form of logic. It's an axiom that you can place in at the beginning of any logical statement. I'm surprised you haven't heard of it.
Okay.
I bet you know what it is.
Again, before exactly on the server, and I think I looked it up really quickly, but I forgot what it was. So.
Mm-hmm. So,
how's it relevant?
Why did they send you in, Rick? Why? What's that? What's the big idea of them sending you?
They sent me. Nobody sent me in. Actually, asking.
So why did you come in then?
Multiple times.
Why did you come in?
Do I have to have a specific reason?
Yeah, because it's logic night. It's geometry night.
Okay.
Euclid.
Good for you.
Yeah. So why did you come in tonight? Was it the foolish decisions water level thing, or was it the square root of geometry thing?
Honestly, I can't nail it down for you, Beth. As I said, I do not have a conscious reason. And I'm not... I have no way of meditating into my unconscious to give you the unconscious reason that I had.
Okay, can we agree then, at least at the end of the day, that science has proofs, right? There are proofs in science.
Okay, well, I tried to understand your definition of proof more deeply to make sure that we're talking about this proof in the same sense. Because there's multiple ways you can interpret the word proof in itself. Much like there's many words in language are overloaded with multiple meanings that have differences in the nuances, which would be relevant here. But as a general statement, yes, there are things in science that you can call proof.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How many of the...
and I don't think anyone would disagree with you on that, if you phrase it exactly this way.
Can you see in the live chat? I'm gonna play it. You have a listen to it.
Okay, well, my first response to that is that actual scientists, and they're just working on the assumption that they're right and they're going to do their science based on that. They don't want to do experiments to prove anything because they're more interested in advancing humanity. And
scientists, that's one that says scientists don't do proof. I'll get another one for you.
In a mathematical sense, true.
Oh, right, so you're talking about a different sort of proof then, are you? We're not talking about... You're talking about a scientific proof, right?
I gave the colloquial definition of it, right? So, a piece of information or something that shows that something else
proof
exists
only exists in mathematics.
And in that sense, yes, there is proof in science. There's things that...
Proof only exists in mathematics is what Fight the Flat Earth said. Only.
Strictly speaking, yes.
Okay.
Logically, like...
Do you know what diletheism is?
I think I've told you multiple times today that I don't remember.
Okay. Diletheism literally means two truths.
Okay.
So you can't really go about, I wouldn't say, you go around saying that there are no proofs, but there are proofs. Because that's diletheism. You've got two truths. You've got a not truth and a is truth. Both at the same time. I mean, pure diletheism.
You see, you're premising that the meaning or the understanding of words remains rigid and unchanging, like remains exact.
Science doesn't prove anything. Science isn't in the business of proving anything.
That's exactly not the case.
Proof only exists in mathematics.
I've told you before.
Listen to that last
many
one.
Words have different definitions and can be interpreted in multiple different ways, which are all
Listen to that last one.
Context equally correct.
Listen to that last one. That's Fight the Flat Earth. He's one of your heroes, right?
I do not hear what you're playing.
He's one of your. You have to play it.
I do not hear that.
You have to play it.
Oh.
Click.
Why would I do that?
Click it.
I'm not jumping through hoops for you.
Science doesn't prove anything.
Science doesn't prove anything. Science isn't in the business of proving anything. Proof only exists in mathematics. They're the words of Fight the Flat Earth.
Yes. Again, Beth, you just said, like, what I'm saying is the subject of Deliviism because it's two multiple truths that contradict each other, and I explained to you how you made that why it appears that way to you. Can we agree on the fact that the definition of words and the interpretation of language is not exact and rigid?
What you want to be doing is you want to be joining us on the Wednesdays on the Trivium and the Quadrivium eventually, but we're doing the Organon at the minute, and that is specifically talking about the definitions of words so we can be more exact about what we're talking about. Geometry does a very good job of it already, and we can use that as an example, but throughout words and the meanings and how we communicate those sort of things, yes, we can be very exact if we use the correct words.
So you agree that there is like importance to which word you use and how you interpret it, to the context of it.
How you interpret it? Yeah. I wouldn't say interpretation has got much to do with it. Okay. It should be clear within the words what they mean. It shouldn't be down to an interpretation.
So you're saying whatever definition of proof I'm going to look up, all the dictionaries are going to say and mean it's the exact same thing.
So when you say, so you mean, that is literally you doing an interpretation of something, which means that you probably haven't understood the exactness of what we're trying to say. So can you please, don't do a so you're saying, can you please try and get a clarifier out of it, but not in a so you're saying type sense?
Okay, I asked that with a question mark at the end in order to confirm that I understood you correctly.
So what's your question then?
When I said, so you're saying, as a leading statement, then I'm repeating back to you how your words have reached me and what I have understood them to mean in order to double check that I understood you correctly. Why is that not a good thing?
I don't know. I think there may be a language barrier here. I think I'm not quite understanding you. There is a language difference, isn't there? And what you say doesn't seem to formulate. So what is the problem that you have? Can you please state your problem? Don't make it about how we're talking about the clarification of things. What is your initial problem with the proof within mathematics and proof within science? Are they the same things? Do they have proof? Does it have a different meaning? Is there proof in science?
Proof in science is not the same thing as proof in mathematics.
Okay, wait. So when Fight the Flat Earth says there is no proof in science, does he mean there is no mathematical proof in science, but there is scientific proof in science?
Obviously, he means that there's no mathematical proof in science.
So there is actual proofs in science.
Well,
Fight the Flat Earth must have got it wrong when he said it multiple times.
Obviously, if you name mathematical proofs just proof, then there is no way for that to be in science, because we just said that there's no mathematical proof. in science, and we equated proof and mathematical proof right now.
Okay, so can we add in the scientific proof that Fight the Flat Earth doesn't seem to think exists? That you obviously do.
He wouldn't call that proof under that context, obviously.
Have you heard any of those
would
clips?
call that,
I
call
would
what we talk
I
about
would
as
have a
proof.
little click of one of those things in the chat so you could actually hear what Fight the Flat Earth says
I
about
heard it
proof.
Before. It's not an issue of not having heard it.
Okay.
So he would call what we would talk about as proof, as in
Science doesn't
right
prove
now.
anything. Science isn't in the business of
he would
proving
call that
anything.
evidence.
Proof only exists in mathematics.
Mm-hmm.
Because those two also
Because
match
proof
the colloquial
only
meaning
exists in
of proof.
mathematics, right? Proof only exists in mathematics.
Strictly speaking.
Right, so geometry is definitely a proof, and there could be a proof of the value
No,
of
geometry
pi.
contains proofs. A proof of pi is still not a sensible term.
Is that what
Been
you
over
heard
this
me
many
say?
times.
Is that what you just heard me say? Or did you just make that up? Because I did say the value. Did you not hear it?
Oh,
I'm pretty sure that you made a massive mistake there because you keep saying sort of things. You must be hearing things, right? Or
I'm
not
sorry.
hearing things.
Okay, I'm sorry, Beth. The value of that part was
Can be
thrown out
proved.
because you were,
Can't it?
because you were speaking over me.
Within maths, within geometry, it can be proved.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Can it be proved, or can anything be proved within science?
Proven. Do you mean proven?
What do you think? Can anything be proved or proven within science? Let's say, or even within logic. Do you reckon there's a proof within logic?
Yes.
Okay. So could you make a logical statement within science and prove that? Could you?
Not mathematically.
Could you get a logical statement within science and prove that?
Not empirically, not experimentally, no.
Okay. So if somebody were to say, all swans are white, could somebody prove that false by finding a black swan?
Yes.
Okay. Now, would that be a proof?
That would prove something false.
Mm-hmm. So a proof.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Nice. So could you make a scientific statement like that? I mean, could you say all swans are white? Could that be a scientific statement?
That is a scientific statement since it's falsified.
So there must be proofs within science then, right?
Yeah, but
wow,
only false statements can be proven.
That's handy,
That's
isn't
the
it?
thing.
But it's definitely possible.
Why is
right?
that handy? Huh?
Well, it's to Fight the Flat Earth doesn't seem to think that that's possible. He doesn't think that's the way proof works, but seems like you're at odds with Fight the Flat Earth.
Yeah,
and a lot of the other people actually, because is SES he's here. We've been having a lot of conversations, and it seems like you seem to be at odds with a lot of people.
So what? What's the problem with that?
I didn't say there's a problem. I mean, why is there got to be a
I mean,
problem
why
with
do
you
you
being
point
at
it out
odds
then?
with a lot of people?
Why do you point it out?
Because you're an anomaly. It's worth pointing out.
Okay.
There are at least some people out there that understand that science has proofs.
Okay. Good. So you pointed it out now. Good for you. You're also an anomaly, I guess. Anomaly.
We all are.
Yeah.
Yeah. In our own way. We're all special. We're
Some
all
are extra
unique.
special.
So at least we ended off well with proofs. That's good.
That was some hard work.
Yeah. Well, we did say, I mean, this may be the launch of the proof thing again. It's about time we got that kicked off, going a bit better. The proof conversation should definitely be generated now. We know that the great Pickle Rick has stated that science definitely holds proofs. Even falsifiable proofs.
I thought I was hearing things, but
Yeah.
he did.
Falsifiable proofs. Okay.
What kind of proofs did he say we have? Scientific proofs?
Yeah.
Nice.
Science definitely holds proofs. And those proofs you can falsify with. Right? So when anybody makes a claim, you can scientifically disprove it. Right?
If it's false.
You could prove it false, yeah. Like the fact that pi can be proved to be one thing. It can also be proved not to be any of the other variables.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So if I make the statement in a different manner, like there's black and white swans, wouldn't there be a positive proof also?
Could you verify it to be true? And would you call that a proof?
Yeah, no?
I definitely. I mean, why not? If you can prove something to be false, should be able to prove it to be true also, shouldn't you?
Yeah.
Hey, the first black.
Oh, you're cutting out, SE.
Oh, sorry. I said the first black one, the first black swan you see, bingo, there's your proof. It's not complicated at all.
Yeah. Not only do you falsify that all swans aren't white, but you do prove that there are black swans. Don't you? I think that'd be, yeah, look, there's a black swan. Look at it. It's black.
There, I got a picture of it.
Yeah.
Look, I'm feeding it right now. Blackie. Yeah. Doesn't take more than that.
Isn't science wonderful? Now, I'll ask another question. Who's the science denier? Which way does it look like? Who's the science denier? It looks to me like Fight the Flat Earth is the science denier. He says it can't prove anything. When we've just sort of shown, logically, at least it can prove things false. And by proving things false, you can also prove other things to be true.
Well, that's because, Beb, then if you ask that question, right, is there black and white swans, right, and you prove that right, and then he comes up and say, well, I found the green one. He thinks that, therefore, the previous question is invalid, and now you have something new. That's how they see science, right?
I think so. Well, I think they always want to add things to other things. I mean, I don't know. You're best asking them.
Exactly. If you have a hypothesis, scientific hypothesis, for some reason they always try to insert new things into that hypothesis. I don't know why they do that, but they always do it.
Push the envelope.
Mm-hmm.
But listen, yeah. Okay. If you say all swans are white, right? Then you come across a black swan. Therefore, the initial statement is false, right?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, you have proven that all swans are not white.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, for me, that it's not part of empiricism. This is just simple observation, one everyone can make.
Yeah, but like I was saying, if you start off with all swans are white, you can falsify that by seeing a black swan. But at the same time, you can now say black swans exist too. That would be a truth statement, right? And provable by showing the black swan. Thus, one, you are falsifying the statement all swans are white and proving that black swans do exist, right? You have to prove that black swans exist before somebody would say, okay, not all swans are white, right?
Yeah, but okay, what I'm disputing here is the statement itself is not scientific. Really? How can you say if you just... Because for me, that's just simple observation you made, right?
It is
Everyone
Karl Popper, you know.
I agree.
If you
I
come
agree
across
that statement. I agree that statement is not scientific. That's
Mhm.
why
if you
when
just
I said
say,
I brought
right,
up
if you
a
come up-
proper hypothesis, scientific hypothesis.
Yeah.
That's why I mentioned that name.
I would
Yeah,
agree
exactly.
as well.
So-
It's not scientific. Right?
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
Everyone can if you just right, if you come across any random black swan that doesn't mean it has no scientific basis to begin with. So it must be scientific to claim it's scientific, but for this statement it's not scientific. Sorry.
Yeah. I would give you that.
Yeah. Weird.
You could be right about that because there was no observation made. If you want to go strict, by the book, yeah.
Yeah, but you can do the same with a proper scientific hypothesis. You can actually apply the same rules. So if you demonstrate that your hypothesis is wrong, you have proven that the opposite is true. So there's a proof right there.
I would say that you can definitely, if you can state it something like that with the white swans, then you could definitely reword a scientific statement into a logical form like that and prove it within logic. And if you can do that in a scientific way, which I think, me personally, that's how science is built, right? It's built upon the same logical foundations, or it should be. Then, yeah, you can definitely prove things within science. That's the idea of it. It's ridiculous to say that you can't. I was just mocking the fact that Fight the Flat Earth was saying that you can't. He thinks proofs only exist in mathematics, and yet...
Oh, babe. Mm-hmm.
Well, yet...
Why would anybody believe in science if it's not like not. You cannot prove anything. Like, why would you believe in something that is? I don't get it.
Well, they deny the mathematical proofs that pi has a value that's obviously Euclidean. I mean, if you can, that surely proves that we're talking about Euclidean space and not non-Euclidean space. The very fact that mathematics does give proof, just like science and logic, they all derive a truth value at the end throughout, right? With no falsification in it when you do that. Unlike SE found out. There's not many people that subscribe to proof on one side because they know there is none for the model. Most of them know that anyway.
See, the trick is they know their stuff is false, what they believe in. So they say science can't prove anything 100%. They go 98, 99 point, blah, blah. This way, they give themselves an out, a get out of free jail card. So in the future, when it's found out that it's not true, they're going to say, yeah, well, science doesn't prove anything. Now we have more knowledge. Now it's this. That's the game.
You're saying this is dishonest?
Yeah, we thought the sun was 1,000,000 miles away, but come on now. We know it's 93. We're off by a little bit. Give us a break. Cut us some slack.
That's not science.
The way I see it is so that they can move the goalposts constantly and never be accountable for their mistakes.
Yeah. Exactly that, Silent.
Like all these teachers, right, and in the schools, how will you held accountable all these people if they can say, well, this is what science does, is never settle, and we can like move it to mean whatever we want at any point.
Yeah, like Newton wasn't wrong, Einstein just came and modified it a little bit, but he did say that he was right. Except, it's just, in the far away places, it just need a little tweaking. But, it's all good.
So
what?
What SE said just now is really interesting. I'm not sure. What do you propose should be the communication around that then? SE.
Who is our new friend here?
It's not new, it's Pickle Rick.
Oh.
I propose not to give different meanings to the same word. That would be a start so that we can communicate clearly.
Well, you got a lot of work cut out for you because a lot of words are overloaded in language. So
that's their favorite thing to do, is confuse you with words.
It just happens since language develops organically. Changes.
Hey, Pickle, can you define mass for me, please?
Why? After you answered my question, I'm glad to answer yours.
He's just got question after question after question. It never ends.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very curious.
What's your question, Pickle?
Is that a bad thing? Okay, so you said, you talked about how, in a very dismissive way, about how Newton wasn't wrong. It just needs to be tweaked a little bit and everything. And it's still right and everything. it seemed very dismissive. So what do you propose? How should this be communicated instead?
Well, we can start off. Well, we can start off by saying Newton was wrong. How about that?
Okay.
What do you think?
And then?
And then we say, okay, what's next? Now we have Einstein. Let's have a look at this. Does this work? What does he say? Let's observe. Well, look at that. He was wrong too. Now what?
How was he wrong? What was shown wrong?
You aware of dark matter?
Ah, okay. So, you think Newtonian physics shouldn't be used because it's wrong? It has turned out, allegedly turned out to be wrong. And then special relativity shouldn't be used because it also has turned out to be incorrect, or turned out like discrepancies between what's observed and what's expected, and therefore dark matter has been introduced as a matter that we cannot interact with or see. It's basically just to make the equations fit, right?
Exactly.
That's obviously a stopgap solution, and therefore there's something wrong with special relativity. We should also discard it. What should we use then in the meantime?
Well,
because you seem to be suggesting we shouldn't be using any of that of that concepts.
Yeah, what is it used for? What is it? What? Pickle. What is it used for?
For example, to predict how long things fall, how strong things need to be, and many.
What, you predict
like
how
that.
things
to
fall?
Machines to construct buildings and so on. Used for many things. Newtonian mechanics, for example.
Yeah, do you not know how things fall already? Or you just like predict it?
Yes, I do, and I can predict how long it will take for something to fall. Approximately how high. I can also calculate how.
Wait,
high
you don't think we can
roughly by measuring how long it takes for it to fall and such things, right? But
you measure it, and then you predict it afterwards. So
what
you.
I will do is
yeah,
I will
sounds
use what
cool.
I will do is I will use Newtonian mechanics to make all those.
I bet you would use Euclidean geometry too, because Newton did, didn't he?
What SE Montreal seems to suggest is that we shouldn't use that because it turned out to be wrong, and that's why I found it to be very interesting. But he seems to suggest something like
You mean like distances and time and all of that sort of stuff? Straight line distances.
Complete sentence. Sorry, what did you say?
You mean like when Newton would measure, you said you would measure things. You would measure distances and time and stuff like that. And then you would use those measurements and everything to predict something. How long it would take for the cup to do,
no.
because you've already measured it.
The prediction was not the part of that.
So you didn't say you'd measure it like Newton
Those were
did.
two different examples.
Yeah, you were talking about Newton and how you would predict something, and then what you would do is you would actually test it, wouldn't you?
For example.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
you would use
yes.
Euclidean distances, shortest, like vertical, for drop tests.
For example, yeah.
Straight lines, right? Keeping it on the fact that it is Euclid Night for geometry. So you'd talk about straight lines that are actually straight. No, there would be no curvature to the straight line that you use with Newtonian mechanics.
In that case, yes. What's your problem?
No problem.
Okay, good. Why did you interject then? I asked SE Montreal.
Because it's Euclid Night, and we're just keeping on the facts of Euclid. proving once again that Newton used Euclidean geometry, right?
Okay, good. So you got some form of autism, and that's why you couldn't be me asking as a Montreal question. Or are you just bailing him out? Are you just white knighting for him?
No, I'm just pointing out because it is Euclid Night.
Okay, good for you.
So
That's killing me out. One of my favorite subjects. Are you kidding? I can play in your space or I can play in the real world. It's up to you.
What do you mean?
Well, are you aware, just for the sake of the bailout comment, are you aware that the differences between Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity?
Yes. Why?
Can you please state them?
Well, with Einsteinian gravity, I assume you mean general relativity. And general relativity, gravity is a consequence of the curvature of space-time, which then, as seen from a three-dimensional space, where time is completely separated from those three dimensions, it leads to an apparent force, which is not present in the Minkowski space of space-time. And
Sounds familiar.
In the general law of gravity,
Minkowski space.
It's instantaneous, and it is an actual attraction between masses. It is not inertial, therefore present in every reference frame.
So we have XYZ. Shout out Euclid, right? It's Euclid Night. We have XYZ reality, and then you put a T there, right? Time, and you make a fabric. Mm-hmm. Is that it? Is that how that works?
Fabric.
Yeah, you haven't heard of the fabric of space-time?
Yes, I have heard of that term. I have not heard of that term of space-time being made by someone.
Oh, so you don't know that it's XYZ and somebody put a T there just out of
I do know that. I do know that. I do not know what it means to make that, like to produce something like space-time, or to.
So you're saying it always existed? This thing always existed, you think?
I do not know that.
Okay, so we established.
That.
Okay, fair enough. So we established that Einsteinian is XYZ, shout out Euclid, plus T, make a fabric. Now, do you know what Newtonian is? Can you please, I'm sure you do, but can you just say it for the audience, for the listeners?
I already did.
Did you say mass attracts mass?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't see the problem here. You don't see a problem now between these two shadow giants? Do I have to spell it out for you?
No, I'm not saying that there's no problem. I understand that those are two different things that conflict with each other on the surface. Yes, fair enough. As in Montreal, I was not saying that those conflicts that you are pointing to now do not exist. You were saying, well, we should. You seem to suggest we shouldn't use them if they have turned out to be false, if they have shown to be false. And I asked you in response to that, well, what do you suggest we do then, and what we use?
Right. By saying use, I think you mean, when somebody designs a bridge or a building and stuff like that, that's not going to change. What I'm suggesting is that people like yourself admit that they were wrong. So this way we can progress, and go to the third idea or the fourth idea, or, eventually we might find out what really it is, right? But Shouldn't we at least in the beginning say, well, these two dudes were wrong? Okay, let's get another dude. You know, somebody, another idea, another maybe reality. What do you think about that? Start off by saying they were wrong.
But that's great. That's constantly being done in my experience.
No, not here.
Well, then you're not practicing science here. That's fair enough.
No, I don't mean here. I'm here. We all believe this, but I mean the people that come and talk to us, the ballers. Not one of them will admit that they were
come and
wrong.
talk to you under
Hold on.
specific context of a very specific topic that won't change anymore, even if you just use Newtonian physics.
First of all, do we agree that they were both wrong? Do you agree with me on that statement?
My knowledge on general relativity and how dark matter and dark energy thing is introduced is not extensive enough to make a conclusion.
He said Fight the Flat Earth was wrong for saying that there's no proof in science.
Yeah, that's why I was hoping for a trifecta, but I don't think he wants to commit.
As I said, I literally have not enough knowledge on this to tell you.
Yeah, but the limited knowledge, like mass attract. Sorry.
Yeah, mass attracts mass. The general law of gravity. Yeah,
but we don't have to be nuclear physicists, right? One is like, it's easy to imagine, like mass attracting mass, like two magnets, right? And the other one is a cockamamie idea about time, which is a concept, and space, the thing between me and you, combining them to make a fabric. I mean,
is time really a concept?
Can't you at least say that sounds ridiculous?
Is that really not? Okay, so the passing of events, like we perceive time through events happening in order, like that's how we perceive time, right? Do you think that's a concept?
Well, look, we can get into that and we can talk an hour about that, but let's just forget about if it's a concept or not. Do you understand, though? Like, he took time, right? Okay. And he took space, the thing between me and you, and combined it and made a fabric that bends and warps things. Like, does that sound like a sane man to you, or somebody that was drunk and wrote something down?
How that sounds to me is
like seriously.
Relevant. What's relevant is.
What's relevant is you've been made to believe in this shadow giant. That's what I'm trying to show you, bro. And like nicely, you know, just use your own mind. If somebody came up to you in the street and told you this fabric of space-time, would you think he was crazy or what?
Okay. Yeah, obviously intuitive. Can I give an answer? Like that's a little more than one word.
Go ahead. Sorry, my bad. I mean, yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So obviously, on an intuitive level, like what I tangibly interact with and what I experience around me with my senses, the concept of space-time is not sensible, right? Because there's no relativistic effects in what I'm doing, right? With my body and with my senses. So obviously that doesn't seem intuitive or then therefore seem right on first glance, right? Then does that mean that it's inherently wrong? Well, no, because the special relativity, which is what you're talking about right now, actually borders into Newtonian mechanics. Like they're basically indistinguishable up to like 10% of light speed.
Are we equivocating the two? No. Or like, what's going on here? Can I just end this? If anybody wants to come in and join us, obviously for the fun after party that's going to be occurring, you can free to come in, and obviously this will be going on for a bit longer. But I need to end this. Come on into Discord. Anybody got any final words for tonight's show? it sort of ended a bit. It's gone a bit weird, off track a bit. Back into the old school sort of stuff. Thanks for coming. Anybody got any final words? Otherwise, I'm going to end with a Buster song. No? Okay. Thank you very much for joining. It's Free for All Friday gaming night. Anybody wants to come in and have a chat tomorrow? Feel free to do so. See you tomorrow.
You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die. And the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Let us fight to free the world. Let us all unite. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. Let us fight to free the world. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, or what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You are men. Let us fight to free the world. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. A decent world that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight for a world of reason. A world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite. Let us fight to free the world. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. You, the people, have the power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight for a world of reason. A world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite.